Chapter 201. James, I'm giving you 3 seconds to apologize to Caitlin. Dustin stood up slowly, his expression dark. Apologize? Who the hell do you think you are? I'm not going to apologize just because you say so. Besides, isn't she just a stupid bitch? So what if I hit her? What are you going to do about it? If you keep talking, I'll beat the shit out of you too. James shouted, his face twisted with rage. You dumbass. Dustin scoffed, then drove his foot hard into James's stomach. James cried out in pain and flew backward, crumpling to the ground as he curled up in agony. Florence watched in shock at first, then her eyes filled with fury. How dare you hit my son? You heartless bastard. I'll teach you a lesson, she screamed, charging at him. She began clawing and hitting him like a wildcat. Get off me! Dustin shouted, shoving her away. An unseen force pushed her back, and she stumbled, falling down with a heavy thud. Her head struck the doorframe, and she let out a pained groan. You monstrous bastard! How dare you hit me too? This is an outrage. How did our family end up with an ungrateful piece of shit like you? Florence wailed, sitting on the floor. Seeing his mother fall sent James into a frenzy. What the fuck are you all standing around for? Get him, he yelled. The thugs snapped out of their daze, grabbed their steel pipes, and rushed at Dustin with shouts. But in an instant, they were all hurled out of the medical center, screaming. Useless. You're all fucking useless. James yelled, his frustration boiling over. He had thought bringing the thugs would guarantee his advantage, but he never expected this. Dustin shook his head in contempt. The trash he hired is completely worthless. Suddenly, he turned to Caitlin and said, he slapped you. Now you slap him back, twice as hard. Don't you fucking dare. James's face contorted with anger. Caitlin stood frozen, fear gripping her. She felt small and terrified, unable to move. Throughout her life, she had only ever been on the receiving end of violence. She had never struck anyone. If she won't do it, I will. Dustin declared. Without hesitation, he delivered 2 sharp, stinging slaps across James's face. James stumbled back, dazed, his cheeks flushing an angry red and swelling instantly. You savage brute. You're worse than an animal. You hit your own former brother-in-law over this pathetic beggar? Are you even human? Our family has done so much for you, and this is how you repay us? With violence? You're a heartless monster. No wonder my daughter divorced you. With your disgusting ingratitude, you deserve to die alone. You're nothing but a petty, immoral piece of shit, and you'll never measure up to Matt. Florence shrieked, jabbing her finger accusingly at Dustin. Her true vicious nature was on full display. Oh, really? The Nicholson family has done so much for me. I'm the ungrateful one. Dustin burst into laughter at the absurdity of her claim. Why does that sound so fucking ridiculous coming from you? Who do you think is responsible for where you are today? Since Dahlia started her company 3 years ago, it's been nothing but success. Guess who was behind the scenes making it all happen? He continued, his voice rising, and what about Trevor's revenge, or securing the Harmon family's partners? Or when James was detained at the bar? When Dahlia ran into danger, and when the Hummer boycott ended, who the hell do you think resolved all that? It was me. When you talk about all you've done for me, remember that I've done 1,000 times more for the Nicholson family. And how did you repay me? With contempt, insults, and false accusations. So tell me, who is really the ungrateful bastard here? Dustin shouted, his voice echoing with long-suppressed emotion. Chapter 202. Dustin had finally voiced the frustrations bottled up inside for too long. You. That's all bullshit. Florence shouted, her voice thick with disbelief. My daughter's success is entirely due to her own talent and hard work, not you. Don't flatter yourself. You've only gotten by clinging to a woman's skirts. If Miss Harmon hadn't protected you, the Hummers would have crushed you long ago. So don't get too comfortable. Sooner or later, Miss Harmon will see you for the useless loser you are and cast you aside. When that day comes, everyone will turn on you." Hearing her words, Dustin simply shook his head and chuckled softly. It was futile to explain. The Nicholson family would forever see him as a worthless nobody. But he no longer cared. "Enough. I won't waste another second on you. Get out of my medical center. Now." "You are not welcome here," Dustin stated firmly, putting an end to the nonsense. "Just you wait. This isn't over," James shouted furiously. He helped Florence into the car, and they sped away. Unable to win physically, James would have to find another way to deal with Dustin. "Caitlin, are you okay?" Dustin asked, his concern genuine. "I'm fine. I'm so sorry for causing you all this trouble, Mr. Rhys," Caitlin replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Don't be silly. If something like this happens again, your first priority is to run and hide. Don't try to be brave," Dustin advised gently. "Okay," Caitlin said, nodding with a grateful, gentle smile. Later that evening, Dahlia returned to the Nicholson villa after work to find the atmosphere heavy with tension. As soon as she entered, she noticed James's bruised face and Matt's grave expression. "Dahlia, you're finally home. Do you have any idea what happened?" "Mom was beaten," James said urgently. "What?" "Mom was attacked." "What happened?" Dahlia was instantly alarmed. "It's a long story. You need to go to Mom's room right now," James insisted. Her heart sinking, Dahlia hurried to Florence's bedroom. Inside, she found Florence lying on the bed, her complexion pale. Her head was swathed in thick bandages, and her arms and legs were encased in casts. On the bedside table lay several blood-stained towels. The scene looked like something from a nightmare. "Mom, what happened to you? How did you get so badly hurt?" Dahlia asked, horrified. "Dahlia, you're back. If you had come any later, you might never have seen me again." Florence's voice trailed off before she broke into a convincingly weak coughing fit. "Mom, please tell me. Who did this to you?" Dahlia demanded, her anger beginning to simmer. "It was that animal, Dustin. Your brother and I went to the Peaceful Medical Center today to ask him politely for help with a formula. Not only did he refuse, he hurled insults at us. When I defended our family's honor, he flew into a savage rage and attacked us. I was lucky to escape with my life." Florence recounted, layering her story with dramatic flair. "Dustin? He would never do something like that." Dahlia's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not reconcile the man she knew with such brutality. "Dahlia, I know it's hard to accept, but just look at the evidence. Mom is seriously injured, and I'm battered too. That Rhys bastard is a monster," James exclaimed, his voice thick with feigned indignation. "No, that can't be right. There must be some misunderstanding," Dahlia protested, clinging to a thread of hope. "Dahlia, it's too late for that. Are you still defending that piece of trash?" James retorted, his frustration now seeming genuine. "Fine, if you won't believe us, I have proof. Here's the recording from my dashcam. See for yourself." He pulled out his phone, opened a video file, and pressed play. Dahlia leaned in, her heart pounding. The moment the video began, it felt as though she had been struck by light. Chapter 203. The video on James's phone showed Dustin being violent. First, he kicked James. Then he shoved Florence, making her fall and hit her head against the door. The video ended with Dustin slapping James twice. Parts of the beginning and end were cut out, and there was no sound, just images. After watching it, Dahlia felt frozen. She couldn't believe it before, but now the video was right in front of her, she had to accept it. "Dahlia, you saw what happened, right? This proves he attacked us. Mom is getting older, she can't handle that monster's beatings. We went to the hospital, and the doctor said her concussion is so serious she might get Alzheimer's. Plus, she broke some bones. She won't be able to take care of herself later. Do you still want to defend that savage bastard? James said, his voice tight with anger and feigned sadness. Why? Why would he do that? Dahlia clenched her fists, her face pale. Their relationship had just begun to get better. She had even thought about remarrying him. But why did Dustin hurt her mother? Had he lost all his fucking feelings? Dahlia, not only did that brute hit me, but he also framed Julie and got her arrested. Florence said, sounding grave. What? Julie is in jail? Dahlia's eyes widened in shock. Yes. Today, Julie went to the Harmons to buy a Morchinol, and she argued with Dustin. That piece of shit wanted revenge, so he had someone arrest Julie and accuse her of stealing, James replied angrily. I was there the whole time. I can confirm that, Matt added from the side. He clearly wasn't going to miss the chance to join in kicking a man when he was down. Dahlia, did you hear that? That ungrateful son of a bitch, Dustin, has shown his true colors. We all trusted him back then, but look what he does now. He holds a grudge like a petty bastard. How can you still trust a guy like him? Florence said, her voice rising as she stoked the fire. She broke into another fake coughing fit. Dahlia looked at Florence and felt her heart tighten. Florence seemed so weak, like she was barely hanging on. All the hope Dahlia had left vanished, replaced by burning anger. Without another word, she pulled out her phone and called Dustin. Hello? I want a fucking explanation, she demanded. An explanation? For what? Dustin replied, sounding calm. Did you beat up my mother and James? Dahlia asked, struggling to keep her rage in check. I did hit James, but he had it coming. As for your mom, she fell by accident, Dustin stated. By accident? Dahlia's voice shot up. You make it sound like nothing. Your so-called accident broke my mother's hands and legs and gave her a severe concussion. Is it really that bad? Dustin questioned, doubtful. She's lying in bed, unable to move because of her injuries. Do you think that's not serious? According to you, does my mom have to be fucking dead for it to count? Are you even human, you asshole? Dahlia's anger boiled over. You should calm down and take your mother to get her injuries properly checked, Dustin suggested. When Florence left earlier, she had seemed perfectly fine. There was no way her condition could have deteriorated so suddenly. Checked for what? I've seen her injuries myself. Why should I bother getting her checked by someone else? Are you still trying to weasel out of this? Dahlia shot back, furious. Dustin had hurt her family, and now he wouldn't even apologize. Instead, he acted as if he was in the right. Since you've already chosen to believe your mother's story, why are you even asking me? Dustin's voice turned cold. What? Are you giving up because you got caught? You beat them up. Are you saying you had a damn good reason to do that? Dahlia replied, her frustration rising. Fine. Let's say I did beat them up. But did you ever bother to ask why? Dustin challenged. Of course, I asked. My mother asked you for the formula. You refused and said some really harsh things. She stood up to you, and then you attacked her. Isn't that what happened? Dahlia shot back. Dustin let out a mocking laugh. If that's what you've decided to believe, then sure. He was too tired to explain. He knew they wouldn't believe him anyway. Dustin, wow. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Was it really worth it over a goddamn formula? What would have happened if you had just given her the recipe? Would you have lost a limb? You know what, I'll just pay for it. Is $1 million enough? Or two? Name your fucking price, and I'll buy it. Dahlia was getting angrier by the second. Her hands shook with rage. Do you think this is about money? Honestly, I've already given the formula away, Dustin said casually. Who did you give it to? Was it Natasha? Are you saying you'd rather give it to her for free than sell it to me? Can you be a little more reasonable? He asked. Am I being unreasonable, or are you just a cold-hearted bastard who got bored with the old and wanted something new? Do you not value me at all? Dahlia felt like she was losing her mind. She hadn't been this upset before, but the thought of Natasha made it infinitely worse. Dahlia felt as if a knife had been driven into her heart. It seemed like someone had stolen something precious from her. Dahlia, I don't want to fight. If you called me to talk about this, then we have nothing more to say, Dustin said, taking a deep breath. Fine. Forget the formula, let's talk about Julie. Were you responsible for her arrest? Dahlia switched topics quickly. If I say no, would you believe me? Dustin replied, sounding indifferent. Do you really think I would trust you? Matt saw you plant fake evidence that got Julie sent to jail. I know you don't like her, but is it really worth being so goddamn petty? How could you do something so cruel over a small fight? That's my cousin. How could you do something so horrible, you monster? Dahlia's voice grew into a roar. So you'll just believe whatever Matt says? Do you think I'm such a piece of shit that you'd rather trust him than me? Dustin asked, his eyebrows furrowing. You've done so many terrible things. How can I possibly believe you? Dahlia shot back. When Dustin heard her words, he fell silent, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He didn't want to explain himself any further, nor did he have the energy to do so. Once doubt was planted, it was hard to remove. There had always been a gap between him and Dahlia, rooted in mistrust. No matter what he did, he felt he would never be acknowledged. Yet, the smallest misunderstanding would lead to a huge fight. That was the core of their issues. He had really tried his best. Chapter 204. Do you really have nothing else to say? I knew you were lying. Why did you have to change? Why do you keep pushing my limits? Do you want us to turn against each other? Dahlia felt disappointed and heartbroken. It's not that I've changed, but you've never believed in me, not before and not now. Since you won't believe me anyway, there's nothing left to discuss. I'll find a way to repay you for what you did for Gregory. With that, Dustin hung up. Could things ever go back to how they were before? No, it was impossible. That was his answer to her question from last night. Dustin, what do you mean? Are you trying to cut ties with me? Dahlia wanted to say more, but the line was already dead. Dustin's coldness felt like another knife to her heart. She couldn't understand why they couldn't get along. Why did they have to hurt each other? Why couldn't he try to understand her? Dahlia, I told you a long time ago that Dustin is a heartless bastard. I'm sure you see his true nature now, James said, twisting the knife. Dahlia, we shouldn't beg that piece of trash. He will get what's coming to him sooner or later. Florence chimed in, piling on the hurt. Mom, please stop talking. Just focus on getting better. I'll figure something out for Julie. Dahlia felt overwhelmed. Dahlia, don't worry too much. My dad is already talking to his contacts about Julie's arrest. We should hear something soon, Matt said, trying to comfort her. A woman is at her most vulnerable when she is hurting. If he took this chance, she would soon be his. Thanks, Dahlia said with a forced smile. While they were talking, a police car pulled up to the villa. The door opened, and Julie jumped out with excitement. Aunt Florence, I'm back, she shouted as she entered. Julie? Everyone was surprised to see her. Florence even dropped her sickly act and jumped off the bed. She grabbed Julie's hands and looked her over with concern. Julie, are you okay? Did they hurt you? I was so worried. Aunt Florence, I'm fine. I was just locked up for half a day. I didn't get hurt, Julie replied with a smile. Although she felt a little shaken, she was happy to be back. You were released after just half a day. That's surprising, James said, looking bewildered. The whole thing was strange. They were really tough on me during the questioning. But then they got a phone call and let me go right away, Julie explained, still confused. A light bulb went off in Florence's mind. Oh, I know. It must have been Matt's father who helped you. If it weren't for Mr. Laney Sr.'s connections, you might still be rotting in there. Really? Thank you so much, Matt. Julie said, quickly expressing her gratitude. It was just a small favor. It was nothing, Matt replied, pretending to be humble. But he, too, found the situation odd. According to their plan, his father was only supposed to help Julie after he got the formula for Amorcinol. So why had she been released so quickly? See, Dahlia? This is the difference between Matt and Dustin. That Rhys bastard can't do anything but use dirty tricks to get people in trouble. Just look at Matt, he's always there for us when we need him. He really knows how to save the day. You can see who truly cares about you, Florence said, praising Matt while viciously putting Dustin down. Exactly, Dahlia. That other guy isn't right for you. Matt is the best choice. Now that you're divorced, why not just be with Matt? James added. I really don't want to talk about this right now, Dahlia replied wearily. Ning. Chapter 205. Dahlia frowned as she slowly returned to her senses. Watching her mom, Florence, hop around with so much energy surprised her. Mom, I thought you said you broke your hands and feet? How can you stand? Florence's smile froze for a moment. Ha! Oh, when I saw Julie, I got a little too emotional and forgot about the pain for a bit. I should really lie back down and rest. With that, she limped towards the bed. But it was clear to Dahlia that her mom was not convincing anyone. Mom, are you really fine and just pretending to be hurt in front of me? Dahlia's expression darkened. How can I be fine? Didn't you see how that bastard Dustin hit me? Florence held her head, pretending to be in pain again. My head is starting to hurt again. You said you have a concussion and broken limbs. Where's the hospital case file? Show it to me. Dahlia insisted. Florence and James exchanged a look, both speechless. Dahlia noticed their silence. So, you two have been lying to me the whole time? Why? She bit her lip. Fine. I'm not hurt. So what? Florence admitted, dropping her act. Even though I'm okay, it's still true that he attacked us. You saw the video. That can't be fake. That's right. Dahlia, look at my goddamn face. He did this to me. James added, playing along. Give me your phone. Dahlia demanded, her expression serious. What do you need my phone for? James asked, feeling uneasy. Just give it to me, you idiot. Without waiting for a response, Dahlia grabbed the phone from his hands. She searched for the full video and played it loudly. As she watched, her body began to tremble from head to toe as she grasped the entire situation. Dahlia finally realized why her brother had been beaten up. It wasn't Dustin who was ungrateful, it was her mother and brother who had crossed the line by going to his door and causing trouble. Why? Why the hell did you all lie to me? Dahlia shouted, her anger boiling over. Dahlia, we didn't lie. That guy was wrong to hit us. Even if we started it, he had no right to fight back. Just because we hit him doesn't mean we can't teach him a lesson. Florence defended herself, as if her actions were perfectly fine. You're unbelievable. Dahlia yelled, furious. She couldn't believe her mother could be so unreasonable and cruel. It was clear that they were at fault, but they were still blaming Dustin, twisting the truth to mislead her. Okay, even if we acted impulsively, that son of a bitch is still responsible too. If he hadn't framed Julie, we wouldn't have gone there to confront him. He got what he deserved. Florence insisted, hands on her hips. Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out of the police car parked in front of their house. Are you Julie Amberson's family? He asked. I'm Chief Aspen Cruiser. About Julie's medicine theft case, Mr. Rhys has decided not to pursue it, but you need to ensure she learns her lesson and doesn't make the same mistake again. If Mr. Rhys hadn't intervened, Julie could have faced serious consequences. Do you understand? He warned them sternly. Mr. Rhys? Florence and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Wasn't it Mr. Laney Sr. who helped Julie? Who's that? I've never heard of him, Aspen replied, his expression blank. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Matt. Matt felt embarrassed as everyone stared at him. It was as if someone had slapped him on both cheeks. This was so fucking humiliating. Chief Cruiser, can you tell us who this Mr. Rhys is that you mentioned? Florence asked, still in disbelief. Aspen raised an eyebrow. Who else could it be? It's Dustin Rhys. Who else would help you? As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Dustin Rhys? How could it be him? Florence and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing shock. They never thought that it wasn't Matt who saved Julie, but the person they had called ungrateful. This was a huge slap in the face. So Dustin never framed Julie, and you all were the ones talking shit about him? Dahlia asked, standing still with a blank expression. Her face was pale. Who talked shit about him? I'm sure he feels guilty about what he did, so now he's trying to make it up to us. Florence insisted, refusing to back down. She was used to being in charge and didn't want to admit she had been wrong about Dustin. That would be too damn embarrassing. Mom, it's already come to this, and you still want to defend yourself? Dahlia said, biting her lip. Her heart was heavy. How am I defending myself? If that Rhys bastard didn't frame Julie, why would he have saved her? He's just feeling guilty. Florence argued angrily. That's right. If he didn't do it, then why the hell did he save her? James chimed in. I've really had enough of you assholes. Dahlia finally let her emotions spill out. Why do you always pick on Dustin? What the fuck did he ever do to you? Why do you have to start fights with him? In our 3 years of marriage, he has been honest and easy to get along with, yet you always blame him. For everything. Can't you see how good he is? By the end of her outburst, she was practically shouting. Everyone stood frozen in shock. After that, Dahlia couldn't take it anymore. She opened the door and stormed out. She got into her car and drove away quickly. But her tears kept flowing. She felt regret. She really fucking regretted it. She regretted acting so impulsively, regretted listening to her mother, and regretted misunderstanding Dustin. At the peaceful medical center, Dustin took a deep breath after hanging up the phone. He quickly calmed himself down. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, so he wasn't too upset. Just then, a fancy Maybach with a Millsburg license plate pulled up. A middle-aged man in a flashy red suit stepped out, walking confidently, followed closely by a stocky bodyguard. Are you Dustin Rhys? The man in the red suit asked, looking at Dustin with a judgmental eye. And who the hell are you? Dustin replied, glancing at him. My name is Phineas Laney, from the Laney family of Millsburg, the man said, wiping down the chair with his handkerchief before sitting down. Dustin quickly connected the dots. The Laney family? What's your connection to Matt Laney? Matt is my son and the heir of our family, Phineas said, adjusting his glasses. But I didn't come here just to tell you that, I'm here to offer you something valuable. Oh? What do you mean? Dustin asked, raising his eyebrows in curiosity. I heard that you have the Immortanol formula. It's something I am very interested in. Phineas leaned forward and placed a check on the table. This is a check for $30 million. If you give me the formula, the money is yours. For someone like you, this is enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Dustin shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested. Phineas narrowed his eyes. Why not? Is it not enough? I didn't think you were someone who turned down big offers. How about I add another $20 million? That makes it $50 million total. Just give me the formula. Dustin remained calm. Like I said, I'm not interested. Chapter 207. Listen, young man, think this through. I don't take rejection well. When something catches my eye, I'll do whatever the fuck it takes to get it. Phineas was getting more intense. If you agree, not only will you get the money, but you'll also become a friend of the Laney family. If you ever need help, we'll be there for you. But if you refuse, you'll become our enemy. You need to decide if you want to be our friend or foe. Dustin couldn't help but laugh. I don't like being threatened. If that's how you're going to talk, then we can only be enemies. Phineas's expression changed. What the hell did you just say? Of course I'm sure, Dustin replied confidently. Don't think you're safe just because the Harmons are backing you. I have plenty of ways to deal with someone like you. If you want to be stubborn, I'm ready to play this game, Phineas warned, his face dark with anger. I'll play until the fucking end, Dustin said without fear. Fine. I hope you don't regret this, you little shit. Phineas scoffed, stood up, and walked away. A country boy like him dared to stand up to Phineas? He must have a death wish. The night passed quietly, but the next morning was different. Ah! Dustin was suddenly woken by a scream. When he opened his door, he saw Caitlin on the floor, looking terrified. Mr. Rhys, Dusty is dead, she cried, pointing at the door with tears in her eyes. Dustin looked over and saw a dead gray cat hanging at the entrance of the medical center. It had been disemboweled, and blood dripped to the floor. It was a gruesome sight. This was the cat Caitlin had brought back yesterday. Dustin frowned as he stepped outside. To his horror, he saw dog blood splattered all over the entrance, including the sign for the medical center. This was more than just a humiliation, it was a clear threat. Suddenly, a Maybach pulled over by the side of the road. Dustin recognized it from yesterday. The window rolled down, revealing Phineas and Matt, both wearing arrogant smirks. Did you motherfuckers do this? Dustin shouted, his anger building. Congratulations. You guessed it, you dumbass. Matt replied, grinning. Dustin, we gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. Now, don't blame us for having a little fun. Are you really trying to fight me? Dustin's eyes turned cold. Fight? Ha! Do you really think you stand a chance against us? We're just getting started, Matt sneered. This is just a taste of what's to come. You always think you're so much better than everyone else, but I have all the time in the world to toy with you. And don't worry, I'll also have some fun with your woman. I know you still care about Dahlia. Once I have her in my bed, I'll make a video for you to watch. Just imagine seeing me fucking her. It's going to be great. He licked his lips at the thought. You're asking for trouble, you son of a bitch. Dustin shouted, filled with rage. Trouble? Can you really kill me? Do you think the Harmons would turn against the Laneys for a piece of shit like you? Without Natasha's protection, you're nothing. I'll give you 3 days to decide. Hand over the emotional formula, or start looking for your own coffin. Matt finished, a smug look on his face. Phineas rolled up the car window and drove away. Dustin's face was tense. He pulled out his phone and called a specific number. Hey, I need a favor, he said. Can you check the findenovel.net website on Google? I want to access chapters of novels early and in the best quality. Chapter 208. After hanging up the phone, Dustin started cleaning the medical center with Caitlin. He could see that the loss of her pet cat had deeply affected her, even though she didn't complain. Her eyes were often red, and she was trying hard not to cry out loud. Caitlin had been through so much in her life that she was cautious and didn't want to show her emotions. This made Dustin feel a pang of sympathy for her. They worked together for a long time, and finally, the medical center was clean. Just then, a silver Bentley arrived at the entrance. The door opened, and Natasha stepped out, wearing a striking red dress. Miss Harmon. Caitlin greeted Natasha as soon as she saw her. Come on, Caitlin, you don't need to be so formal with me. Just think of me as your sister, Natasha replied with a smile, patting Caitlin on the head. Okay, Caitlin nodded, though she would need some time to feel comfortable enough to act casually around Natasha. Dustin walked over to Natasha and asked, "Miss Harmon, what can I do for you? Can't I just come to see you without a reason?" Natasha raised her eyebrows playfully. "Of course. You can visit anytime, and I'll always be happy to see you," Dustin smiled back. "That's more like it," Natasha said with a gentle smile. "Let's have lunch together today. I want to introduce you to someone important." "A big shot? Who is it?" Dustin asked, intrigued. "You'll find out if you come with us." Natasha then called out, "Caitlin, come on. Let's go eat together." "I won't go this time. I want to stay and take care of Mr. Jones," Caitlin replied, shaking her head. "That's fine then. I'll have Dustin bring some food back for you," Natasha said as they headed to the car. Natasha didn't make Caitlin join them. Instead, she simply pulled Dustin along. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Aroma, a fancy Estonian restaurant owned by the Harmon family. Natasha often picked this place when she had important guests to impress. They walked up to the second floor and sat at a table by the window. The view of the garden outside was beautiful. "Miss Harmon, can you tell me who we're meeting now?" Dustin asked again. "Roderick Brooks from Millsburg. Have you heard of him?" Natasha replied with a light smile. "Roderick Brooks? The name sounds familiar," Dustin said, thinking hard. "Roderick is the chairman of Riversouth Bank and a well-known tycoon in Millsburg. He controls a third of the cash flow there, which is why people call him Big Bucks Brooks," Natasha explained. "Oh, so that's him," Dustin nodded, starting to understand who she meant. "Not many know this, but Big Bucks Brooks is actually ill. He's seen many doctors, but none could help him. I heard you are a great healer, so I invited you to meet him. He should be here soon," Natasha added. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind them. "Why, isn't it Miss Harmon?" Natasha turned around and saw an elegant woman in a stunning evening gown walking toward her, carrying a Hermes handbag. "Oh, it's you, Mrs. Brooks. Where's Mr. Brooks?" Natasha asked, glancing around. "Roderick, huh? You still have a thing for him since the last time you saw him?" Chloe Marshall said with a sarcastic tone. Chloe had never liked Natasha. Part of it was because they were rivals in business. But more than that, she was jealous of Natasha. Natasha came from a wealthy family, was beautiful, and had a thriving business. When Chloe found out that Natasha was in regular contact with her husband, she felt even more threatened. She felt the need to assert her dominance. "Mrs. Brooks, you must have misunderstood. Mr. Brooks and I only discuss business," Natasha replied calmly. "Oh, is that so? You want to talk business in his bed, don't you, you little slut?" Chloe's smile turned icy. "Miss Harmon, it's not good to always crave what you can't have. You're already with a gigolo, so why are you still thinking about Roderick? People say you're as innocent as can be, but I don't believe it. If I remember correctly, you're almost 28, and your gigolo looks like he's in his early 20s. Aren't you a bit of a cougar?" Chloe raised her voice, trying to draw attention from those around them and ruin Natasha's reputation. Natasha frowned slightly but stayed composed. If her relationship with Roderick hadn't been so important, she might have slapped Chloe right then. Where did this crazy bitch come from? Are you out of your fucking mind? At that moment, Dustin couldn't hold back. If you are, just walk out the door, turn left, and go to the hospital for a checkup. Please don't disturb us while we're eating, Dustin said. Chloe spun around, her eyes blazing with anger. Do you know who the hell I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Does it really matter who you are? Dustin replied coolly, looking her over. You might look like a person, but you sure talk like a dog. Every time you open your mouth, garbage comes out. You should brush your teeth instead of making us all sick here. How dare you insult me, you piece of shit? Chloe exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and fury. She was the wife of Big Bucks Brooks, and everyone treated her like royalty. But this gigolo had the nerve to insult her right to her face. He really had some fucking guts. So what if I insult you? Dustin shot back, his expression confident. If you keep humiliating Natasha, I'll slap the shit out of you. You better believe it. Natasha watched the exchange with a soft smile, resting her cheek in her hand. Gigolo, you better get down on your knees and apologize right now. Or else, there will be consequences. Chloe fumed. Get on my knees for you. You think you're worth that, you hag? Dustin laughed. And just so you know, you should really go to the hospital for a checkup. You seem really fucking sick. You're the sick one. Your whole family is sick. Chloe ground her teeth in anger. Don't believe me? Let me ask you this, have you been having headaches, fever, weakness, nausea, and trouble breathing lately? Dustin asked casually. Yes, but so what? It's just a cold. Chloe replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly pretending to be unaffected, nose in the air. A cold? Heh. You're really optimistic, Dustin said, shaking his head. But it's clear you're not well. You have shortness of breath, swollen lymph nodes in your neck, you look tired, and there's a rash on your body. If I'm right, I think you have acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. What syndrome? Chloe asked, confused. Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, or AIDS for short, he replied. The moment he said that, Chloe felt frozen in shock. Chapter 209. Wait, AIDS? Chloe was frozen, shocked by what Dustin had just said. He had accurately named all the symptoms she had been feeling, but what really alarmed her was the fact that she had recently gotten close with a new boyfriend. They hadn't used protection during intimacy, and now, hearing Dustin's words, panic started to creep in. Dustin, are you sure? Natasha chimed in, equally surprised. AIDS was a serious issue. Could this be the hidden illness of Roderick, her boyfriend? I can't say for certain, but I'm not far off, Dustin replied. You're joking. This can't be true. Chloe shouted. I just had a checkup at the hospital this morning. How could I have AIDS? Stop trying to scare me, you bastard. It's up to you whether or not you believe me, Dustin shrugged. You fucking bastard. You're just trying to humiliate me in public. I need to teach you a lesson. Wally, take care of him. Chloe yelled, directing her anger at the young bodyguard standing behind her. But Wally didn't move. He stood frozen, his face pale and sweat trickling down. Wally, what the hell are you waiting for? Do something. Chloe shouted again. Just then, a tan, overweight middle-aged man walked in, flanked by two strong bodyguards. Isn't that Big Bucks Brooks from Millsburg? What's he doing here? Someone whispered. That looks like his wife, Chloe Marshall. This should be interesting, another replied. Big Bucks is known for spoiling his wife. That punk is in big trouble today, a third person remarked. The restaurant buzzed with excitement as the middle-aged man entered. Sweetheart, you're finally here. Chloe cried as she ran into Roderick's arms, tears streaming down her face. That son of a bitch kept bullying me earlier. You need to help me. Who is this bold motherfucker bullying my wife? Roderick's eyes blazed with anger. Even though he knew Chloe could be a handful, he always supported her without hesitation. It's that gigolo next to Natasha. Chloe pointed at Dustin, her voice trembling. Roderick squinted at Dustin, clearly annoyed. Miss Harmon, is that man your friend? This is Dustin, my boyfriend, Natasha said plainly. Roderick was taken aback. Wasn't Natasha with Tyler? Why was there another man now? She didn't seem to be joking. Not only did that piece of shit call me a shrew, but he also humiliated me and said I have a disease. If you don't stand up for me, I'll be too ashamed to leave the house again. Chloe's voice cracked, and she looked pitiful. Tears continued to fall from her eyes, transforming her from her earlier self into a dramatic figure. Okay, calm down. I will make sure you get justice, Roderick said, trying to soothe her. He then turned back to Natasha. Miss Harmon, I need an explanation. What explanation? Your wife started it with her rude comments. Dustin was just trying to talk to her, Natasha replied coolly. Despite Roderick's wealthy background, she wasn't intimidated. If they could resolve this peacefully, great. If not, she was ready for a fight. You're just making excuses. It's clear you're all ganging up on me. Chloe shouted. Speak from your fucking conscience. I just wanted to tell you that you're sick, Dustin said seriously. See, honey. You heard that, right? He said I'm sick. He's clearly insulting me. Chloe shouted, anger boiling inside her. I'm just telling the goddamn truth. How is that insulting? Dustin replied. Listen, you arrogant little punk. What disease does my wife have? Roderick's eyes narrowed, his face filled with rage. AIDS, Dustin said casually. That's fucking ridiculous. Roderick's face darkened. I've always been clean and never cheated. How could I have AIDS? I know you haven't, but your wife has, Dustin explained. What the hell do you mean? Roderick's gaze turned icy. It's simple. Your wife is having an affair, Dustin dropped the bombshell. The room erupted into chaos. Everyone stared at Dustin in disbelief. He had just told Big Bucks Brooks, a powerful man, that his wife was unfaithful. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Everyone knew that Big Bucks Brooks was famous for covering up his wife's mistakes. Do you even realize what the fuck you're saying? Roderick gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. If it weren't for Natasha, he would have already attacked Dustin. Of course I know what I'm saying, Dustin said calmly. Mr. Brooks, your wife hired that bodyguard, Wally, a few months ago, right? So what? Roderick frowned. From what I've seen, Wally has more severe symptoms than your wife. I suspect he's the one who gave her AIDS, Dustin said. Chloe and the young bodyguard trembled at his words. Fear spread across their faces, and panic was clear in their eyes. Roderick noticed their strange reaction. That's fucking ridiculous. Chloe shouted, her shame quickly turning to anger. You're ruining my reputation. I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. With that, she prepared to jump at him. Just then, Roderick's phone buzzed with a new message. It was the result of his medical checkup from earlier that day. As he read it, his expression darkened, and veins popped on his forehead. What's wrong, honey? Chloe asked, sensing something was off. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed in the room. Roderick, known for being overly protective of Chloe, hit her so hard that she stumbled backward. Blood trickled from her nose and mouth, and her cheeks began to swell. Everyone in the room was stunned. Chapter 210. Honey, why the hell did you hit me? Chloe asked, holding her face and looking hurt. The others watched, confused by what had just happened. Everyone was shocked that Big Bucks Brooks, who usually defended his wife, had slapped her. See for yourself, you cheating bitch, he said angrily, throwing his phone at Chloe. She picked it up and looked at the screen. Suddenly, her face went pale, as if she had been struck by lightning. It was the medical report from the hospital, and the diagnosis was AIDS. How could this happen? No, it can't be. Chloe exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. This report has to be fake. Honey, I don't have AIDS. I promise. Are you still trying to fucking defend yourself? Roderick shouted, his anger boiling over. No man could handle the pain of being cheated on, especially when it meant his wife had contracted AIDS because of it. It was deeply humiliating. Honey, I'm sorry. I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me. Chloe begged as she fell to her knees. Then she pointed at the young bodyguard beside her and yelled, "It's all his fault. He seduced me. I'm innocent. Mrs. Brooks, you need to be honest. You were the one who came onto me, so why the fuck are you blaming me?" Wally replied, feeling upset. He didn't want to take the fall for seducing a married woman, especially considering Big Bucks Brooks's power. His life could be in danger. shut the fuck up. You seduced me. And you gave me AIDS, you sick animal. Chloe shouted back. Chloe was furious. She marched over to Wally and slapped him hard a few times. After that, she knelt down in front of Roderick and pleaded, "Honey, I know I made a mistake. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. We're husband and wife." Roderick remained cold and unresponsive. He loved Chloe, but only if she stayed faithful. If she couldn't even be loyal to him, then why the hell should he love her? It's all your fault. You two are to blame. I'm going to fucking kill you. Chloe shouted, her anger boiling over. When she saw Roderick wasn't reacting, she lunged at Natasha. She even smeared her bloodied hand across her face, trying to hurt Natasha. Get the fuck away from her. Dustin shouted, stepping in and kicking Chloe away. Chloe cried out, holding her stomach in pain. "Honey, this bastard hit me. Take that bitch home and make sure she doesn't leave her room," Roderick ordered coldly. Understood. The two strong bodyguards quickly picked Chloe up and took her away, despite her wailing and begging for forgiveness. Once the noise settled, Roderick took a deep breath to calm himself. He was good at managing his emotions, better than most people. "Miss Harmon, I apologize for my wife's behavior. I hope you weren't too scared," Roderick said, looking at Natasha. "It's all right, Mr. Roderick. What happened today was just an accident," Natasha replied with a polite smile. Chapter 211. "This young man must be the skilled healer you mentioned, Mr. Rhys, right? Based on what happened today, you really live up to your fucking reputation," Roderick said. "I just hope you won't take it too hard, Mr. Brooks," Dustin replied. "No one likes to hear they've been cheated on. Speaking of which, I should thank you, Mr. Rhys. If it weren't for your sharp fucking eyes, I don't know how long I would have been deceived," Roderick said with a forced smile. It was better to face the truth now, even if it was a bit embarrassing. It was far better than being cheated on over and over. "Mr. Brooks, if you don't mind me asking, could your secret illness be the same as your wife's?" Natasha asked carefully. Usually, if his wife had it, Roderick would likely have it too. I probably don't have it," Roderick said, looking a bit shy. "To be honest, I haven't been intimate with my wife for half a year because I've been so fucking busy with work." "That's good. You dodged a bullet," Natasha smiled. "Mr. Rhys, can you tell me what disease I have?" Roderick asked directly. "Mr. Brooks, have you been experiencing back and knee pain, mood swings, and insomnia?" Dustin suddenly asked. "How the hell did you know?" Roderick raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I've been observing you," Dustin replied with a slight smile. "I can see that your body is weak and sickly, and I also noticed an old injury in your lower back. If I'm correct, you hurt your lower back a few years ago, right?" The moment Roderick heard this, his expression turned serious. The way he looked at Dustin changed as well. Roderick had been hurt a few years ago. He was on his way to a meeting to discuss a business deal when a hitman appeared and stabbed him in the lower back. Luckily, he survived, but the injury had caused him pain ever since. The strange part was that he had never told anyone about his injury. So, how the hell did Dustin find out? "Mr. Rhys, you're fucking incredible. But how did you know?" Roderick asked, surprised and a bit suspicious. "I'm a doctor. I can often spot clues about health just by observing small details. For instance, earlier, you walked stiffly and seemed to put less weight on your left foot. It's clear you have a lower back injury," Dustin explained. "Ha! You really are a miracle worker, Mr. Rhys. I appreciate your goddamn skill." Roderick laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I'm just using my knowledge," Dustin replied humbly. "Mr. Rhys, can you check my condition and see if it can be fixed?" Roderick asked, holding out his wrist. Dustin took his pulse and then said, "It is curable, but it will take some time. The knife wound injured your kidney, which has affected your ability to have children. This is likely why you haven't had more kids." Both Natasha and Roderick were stunned by his words. Are you sure you're not fucking mistaken, Mr. Rhys? Roderick frowned. That's right, Dustin. Mr. Brooks has a 4-year-old son, Natasha chimed in. Roderick had always cherished Chloe because she gave him a son. As a middle-aged man, having a son filled him with love and pride for both his child and Chloe. Ha! Roderick was confused. It was Dustin's turn to feel confused. He grabbed Roderick's wrist again and said firmly, "This doesn't make sense. Your knife injury happened at least 6 years ago. The knife went deep, so there's no fucking way you can have kids, unless..." "Unless what?" Roderick asked, curious despite himself. "Unless your son isn't really yours," Dustin replied. Roderick was left speechless. Chapter 2:12. Roderick stood there, frozen and pale. He had faced many challenges in his life, but at that moment, he felt utterly fucking lost. He thought discovering his wife's affair was the worst news he could hear. But then came the shocking revelation: his son wasn't even biologically his. This news hit him harder than the betrayal itself. "Mr. Rhys, are you goddamn sure?" Roderick's eye twitched as he desperately clung to hope. "Mr. Brooks, it's a tough truth to accept, but based on your current health, you lost the ability to have children long ago. If you don't believe me, you can get tested yourself," Dustin replied firmly. Roderick's situation started to evoke pity from Dustin. Despite his wealth, Roderick was dealing with an unfaithful wife and the possibility that his son was not his. Most people would have been driven mad by such a double blow. "All right. Thank you, Mr. Rhys. There are too many people here. Can we find somewhere else to talk?" Roderick asked, his face showing no emotion. "Of course," Dustin said, catching Natasha's eye and agreeing. "Dan, please take Miss Harmon and Mr. Rhys to the Brooks Manor." "I'll join you shortly," Roderick instructed his driver. Dan nodded and led Dustin and Natasha to the Rolls-Royce waiting outside. Once they left, Roderick's expression turned dark as hell. He would need a paternity test to find out if his son was truly his. He could consider forgiving his wife for her affair, but he could not face the idea of raising another man's fucking child. Meanwhile, Dustin and Natasha wandered through the beautiful garden at the Brooks Manor, taking in the scenery. The garden around them was beautiful, with a few housekeepers following closely behind, carrying trays of pastries and tea, ready to serve whenever needed. After enjoying a stroll, they found a cool spot to rest their feet. "Miss Harmon, do you think Mr. Brooks can handle this shocking truth?" Dustin suddenly asked. If Chloe hadn't done something so goddamn embarrassing, Roderick wouldn't have poked his nose into things that didn't concern him. "Mr. Brooks has faced many challenges. He should be fine, as long as you can help him with his secret illness," Natasha said with a faint smile. For a man, being able to have children was very fucking important. "As long as Mr. Brooks trusts me," Dustin replied. Just then, a large shadow fell over them. It was Roderick. "Hello, you two. Sorry for keeping you waiting," Roderick said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and forcing a smile. "Mr. Brooks, has the matter been settled?" Dustin asked carefully. "Yes, it's fucking settled," Roderick confirmed with a nod. Thanks to his wealth, the paternity test results came back in less than an hour. As Dustin had said, the child was not his. Roderick was furious when he learned the truth, feeling a strong urge for revenge. But after so many years, he had formed attachments to them. In the end, he decided to let the mother and child live, but they were never to come near him again. "Ah, fate has truly been cruel to me. I dedicated my life to doing good, yet here I am, losing my ability to have children and parting ways with my wife and child," Roderick sighed deeply. Chapter 2:13. Roderick was in a tough spot. Despite running a large family business, he didn't have an heir. It was truly a goddamn sad situation. "Mr. Brooks, don't be too upset," Dustin said, trying to lift Roderick's spirits. "Even though the knife injury affected your ability to have children, it can be treated. Once you heal, you could have another son, or even 10. It won't be a problem." "Really?" Roderick asked, his heart racing with hope. For the last 6 months, he hadn't been intimate with his wife because he was unable to perform. He had kept this a secret, wanting to protect his fucking pride as a man. So hearing that there was a chance to regain his ability made him incredibly happy. "Trust me, if I say it's possible, then it is," Dustin responded confidently. He pulled out a tablet and explained, "This is Gemifen, a medicine I created. It helps improve circulation and heal internal injuries. Give it a try." "Okay." Roderick eagerly took the Gemifen and swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as the tablet entered his body, he felt a warm sensation spreading through him. Instantly, his mood improved, and he felt better in a way he couldn't quite explain. The pain in his lower back also eased significantly. "This is amazing. Mr. Rhys, your miracle tablet is fucking incredible," Roderick exclaimed, feeling overjoyed by the sudden changes in his body. It was as if he had received a brand new body. Any doubts he had about Dustin's skills vanished completely. Compared to Dustin, even the most famous doctors seemed like shit. "Mr. Brooks, take Gemifen once every 3 days. In a month, you'll be fully recovered," Dustin said, handing Roderick a small glass bottle filled with more tablets. "Thank you so much, Mr. Rhys. I'll always remember your help," Roderick replied, feeling grateful and hopeful for the future. "Kindness for the rest of my fucking life," Roderick said, feeling overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt on the ground. "Mr. Brooks, please get up." "It was nothing," Dustin quickly replied, helping him back to his feet. Since everything had happened because of him, Dustin felt relieved that he could cure Roderick's illness, leading to a happy ending. "Mr. Rhys, you're too modest. If it weren't for your help, my life would be fucking over," Roderick exclaimed, his face shining with gratitude. A man who couldn't perform as expected didn't feel like a real man. Now, because of Dustin, Roderick felt like he had a new chance at life. "Mr. Brooks, now that Dustin has cured your illness, how do you plan to repay him?" Natasha asked, half joking. As Roderick's partner, she knew it was time to talk about gratitude. "Just tell me what you need, Mr. Rhys. If I can help, I will," Roderick said, placing his hand on his chest to show he was sincere. "I don't need much. I'm only interested in valuable herbs like heliotropes, cherusia, and crimson gem flowers. If you have them, I would greatly appreciate it," Dustin said, stating what he wanted. "I've never collected precious herbs before, but don't worry. I'll send someone to look for them. Once I have any information, I'll buy them for you right away, Mr. Rhys," Roderick promised. "Thank you, Mr. Brooks," Dustin replied. "No, really. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Rhys," Roderick insisted, feeling deep admiration for Dustin's remarkable skills. At that moment, an elderly butler approached and reported, "Phineas Laney and his son are here. They want to see you. They have something to talk about," the messenger said. "Phineas Laney? What the hell is he doing here?" Roderick rubbed his chin, confused. "It's a small world. I never thought I'd run into those assholes here," Dustin said, narrowing his eyes at the mention of their names. "Do you know these people, Mr. Rhys?" Roderick pressed for more information. "I do. We even had a conflict," Dustin replied. He quickly told Roderick the whole story, leaving nothing out. After hearing everything, Roderick snorted in frustration. "Those two are truly arrogant motherfuckers. I can't stand people like that. Come with me, Mr. Rhys. I'll show them what's what today." Chapter 2:14. At that moment, Phineas and Matt were sitting in the living room of Brooks Manor. "Dad, do you think Big Bucks Brooks will lend us money?" Matt asked, glancing around with a worried look. "Big Bucks Brooks is very rich and generous. He has always had a good relationship with our family, so borrowing money shouldn't be a problem," Phineas replied confidently, raising his cup for a sip. Even though the Laney family wasn't back to their former glory, they were still better off than most people. They still had some status in the community. "If it weren't for our family's financial troubles, we wouldn't need to borrow money at all," Matt sighed. Recently, they had received some awful news. Many of their major partners had pulled their investments, and all their business deals had fallen apart. Their family faced serious setbacks overnight. Now, they urgently needed funds, or the Laney family would go bankrupt in less than a month. The only person who could help was Big Bucks Brooks. Speaking of this situation, it's strange how all the investments were pulled at once. I think someone is fucking targeting our family, Phineas said thoughtfully as he rubbed his chin. Who the hell would dare mess with us? Matt slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Their original plan was to get the Immortanol formula and use the investment money to conduct their own research. This would help restore the Laney family to their former glory. But after everything that had happened, a plan we need to follow, Phineas said, trying to keep the conversation light despite his annoyance at Dustin's presence. Dad, how much money do we need to keep our family running? Matt asked, looking a bit worried. About $3 billion, Phineas replied, holding up 3 fingers. $3 billion? Matt's face fell. Do you think Big Bucks Brooks would give us that much in one loan? Big Bucks Brooks has control over a third of all the money in Millsburg. $3 billion is nothing to him, Phineas said casually, taking a sip of his tea. Besides, I came here in person. He wouldn't dare say no. He should be fucking grateful that we're here to be friendly. That makes sense, Matt said, feeling a bit relieved. The Laney family did have a good reputation, and they could count on some respect from Brooks. Just then, the door swung open, and a few people walked in. At the front was Roderick. Phineas quickly stood up, smiling widely. Hey, Mr. Brooks. It's been a while. You look even more handsome. But when he noticed Dustin standing behind Roderick, his smile vanished. What the hell are you doing here? He snapped at Dustin. Why can't I be here if you are? Dustin replied coolly. Phineas glared at him. And who the fuck do you think you are? You're not even in our goddamn league. Dustin, are you here to ask Mr. Brooks for a loan too? Matt asked, eyeing him suspiciously. What I'm doing here is none of your fucking business, Dustin said without changing his expression. Phineas quickly turned to Brooks, trying to steer the conversation back. Mr. Brooks, we've always had a good relationship. Please don't lend him any money. We have our own plans. Bad fucking blood. Phineas declared, speaking his mind openly. He believed that Roderick would never side with someone as insignificant as a small fry against the powerful Laney family. So, in his view, Roderick had definitely won this round. Phineas, are you really sure you have a grudge against Mr. Rhys? Roderick replied with a sly smile. Absolutely. Phineas puffed out his chest with confidence. Mr. Brooks, to be honest, my 2 issues with him can never be resolved, so please don't try to fucking defend him. Chapter 2:15. The Immortanol formula would soon be his. You're mistaken. I don't mean it that way, Roderick said calmly. Huh? Phineas looked confused. What the hell do you mean, then? Both of you are here to borrow my money, right? Roderick replied instead of answering the question. Phineas let out a nervous laugh. Our family ran into some trouble recently, and we need some money to turn things around. That's why we've come to you, Mr. Brooks. How much do you need? Roderick asked. About $3 billion, Phineas said. $3 billion. Roderick raised an eyebrow. Sorry, but I can't fucking do that. What? Phineas was shocked, then dismayed. Mr. Brooks, $3 billion is nothing to you. Why the hell can't you lend us the money? Technically, I've already lent the money to Mr. Rhys, so you'll have to ask that motherfucker for it, Roderick replied with a sarcastic smile. What? You lent it to him? Phineas and Matt were stunned, unable to believe what they heard. There was no fucking way Roderick would lend that useless punk $3 billion. You're not joking with us, are you, Mr. Brooks? Phineas asked, his eyes wide. Yeah. What the hell are we supposed to do if you gave the money to him? Matt asked, feeling hopeless. That's not my goddamn problem. Roderick said bluntly. Mr. Brooks, How could you lend your money to him instead of us? Considering our friendship, this is too much. Do you really think that Brad is better than the Laney family? Phineas exclaimed. The Laney family was wealthy and well-connected, much more so than Dustin. Anyone would know who to choose. First of all, we're not friends. Second, it's my goddamn money. Roderick began to explain. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you compare yourselves to Mr. Rhys? You should really take a good fucking look in the mirror. Roderick snapped angrily. Mr. Brooks. Are you really going to make the Laney family your enemy just because of that brat? Phineas growled. Exactly. You need to think this through. Is the Laney family more important, or is that son of a bitch? Matt chimed in. They were sure Roderick, as a businessman, would never turn against the Laney family. So what if we become enemies? A poor family like yours thinks they can threaten me? Ha! You must be fucking joking. Roderick scoffed. I could cut off all your funds right now. You wouldn't see a single goddamn penny in this province. His words struck the father-son duo like a bucket of ice water. They were so worked up that they momentarily forgot they were talking to Big Bucks Brooks, whose wealth and influence far surpassed that of the Laney family. Even at their strongest, they had to respect Roderick, let alone now. Still, they could hardly believe that someone as powerful as Roderick would clash with their family over someone like Dustin. Did Dustin have connections they didn't know about? Chapter 216. Mr. Brooks, why the hell are you choosing him over our family? Phineas asked, glaring at Roderick. He had approached him confidently, but he didn't expect this response. To be honest, Mr. Rhys is my savior and honored guest. If you have a problem with him, you have a fucking problem with me. So, you can either apologize to him, or your family is finished. Roderick said, his presence strong and commanding. You want us to say sorry to that jerk? Not a fucking chance. Matt shouted angrily. Then get the hell out. I wonder how long your family will last without my help, Roderick replied, kicking them out. Roderick Brooks, life has its ups and downs. Don't underestimate a broke man. You'll fucking regret this one day. Matt said through clenched teeth as he stormed away. Mr. Brooks, you've just made the Laney family your enemy. I'm sure we can find $3 billion elsewhere. Phineas glared at Roderick before following his son out. Arrogant fools. Roderick sneered. No one in the province would dare lend money to the Laney family since Roderick had already turned them down. Back home, Matt and Phineas were seething about the meeting. What the hell is wrong with Roderick Brooks? He wouldn't help us because of that little shit. Matt fumed. It seems that kid has some powerful connections, Phineas said, frowning. Please. He's just a pretty boy who got lucky because of Natasha. Roderick is only standing by him because of her, Matt grumbled. The Harmon family is a real pain in the ass. I have a feeling they are behind our financial troubles, Phineas mused. What should we do now, Dad? Should we fight back? Matt asked. No. We need to come up with a better fucking plan. Phineas was determined not to give up. He took out his phone and started reaching out for help. The Laney family still had some friends and partners, so he believed they could come through for him if he could raise enough money. Hey, Mr. Smith, it's me. I'm a bit short on cash. Could you help me out? I promise to pay you back with interest after the turnover, he said. Hi, Mr. Thompson. This is Phineas Laney. I'm calling to ask for a favor, he continued. Hey, Mr. Johnson. I need your help, he added. Phineas called one wealthy friend after another, but his mood darkened with each conversation. As soon as they heard he was asking to borrow money, their friendly tones changed. They started making excuses to say no, and some even hung up without a word. Phineas quickly realized what fair-weather friends were. After all those calls, he didn't manage to get a single fucking dime. Instead, he only stirred up more trouble. Chapter 217. Did it go well, Dad? Is anyone going to fucking help us? Matt asked nervously. Forget those bastards. They come around when they need something from me, calling themselves my friends. But when they hear our family is in trouble, they run away like the cowards they are. They're all fucking fakes. Phineas's face twisted in anger. He never imagined that he, the head of the Laney family, would find himself in this shitty situation. Dad, everyone says that tough times show you who your real friends are. Let's stop associating with those assholes. I'll make them regret their choice once we get through this, Matt promised. Matt, I can't rely on my contacts anymore. You're the only one I trust, Phineas said, suddenly remembering someone. Aren't you close with Edwin Hummer's daughter? Why don't you call that bitch and see if she can help us with some money? Oh, right. The daughter of the richest man in Swinton should be able to lend us $3 billion without a problem. I'll call her now, Matt replied. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Well. If it isn't Mr. Laney. What a surprise to hear from you, a voice said on the other end. Don't say that, Tina. I've just been really busy with work. I called as soon as I had a moment, Matt replied, smiling. He knew how to charm women. At least you remembered to call. So, what's going on? Tina asked, curious. Because I miss you, of course. What else would it be? Matt teased. Tina laughed lightly but didn't buy it. Right. I'm hanging up if you don't get to the fucking point. Wait. I really do have a favor to ask, Matt said, clearing his throat. My business is facing some financial issues, and we need some help to get back on track. Would you be interested in investing? How much do you need? Tina asked. Not much. About $3 billion, Matt replied with a smile. $3 billion isn't a lot. You're fucking joking, right? Tina's voice rose in surprise. To some, it might seem like a lot. But you're the daughter of the Hummer family, the most beautiful and talented woman in Swinton. $3 billion isn't much for someone like you, Matt explained. Tina felt flattered. After all, everyone loves to hear their partners say nice things about them. I can get you the money, but you have to tell me why the hell you need it, Tina said firmly. To be honest, someone fucked up our finances, and I suspect the Harmon family is behind it, Matt admitted. You've always kept your distance from the Harmon family. Why would they do this to you? Tina asked, intrigued. Because of Dustin Rhys. Matt replied. Tina's eyes widened. What? You threatened that crazy motherfucker? Yes. That jerk tried to embarrass my family, so I had to teach him a lesson. I'll take down his whole fucking family with your help. Matt said angrily. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Why would you want to provoke him? Tina exclaimed. Why are you so scared? He's just a country bumpkin. I can handle him, Matt said confidently. Not a fucking chance. Don't involve me in your reckless plan. Tina said, and then she hung up the phone. Chapter 218. Hello? Hello, you bitch. Matt said, holding his phone to his ear, confused. He had only mentioned Dustin's name, so why did Tina sound so goddamn scared? What Matt didn't know was that Tina was still shaken from the time Dustin slapped her. Instead of getting her revenge, she had to beg for his forgiveness, which was both humiliating and terrifying for her. Tina was bitter about it, but she couldn't do a damn thing to Dustin because her family was too afraid to seek revenge until her brother came back. Dustin was strong enough to easily defeat a martial arts expert like Mr. Milfroy. If he lost control, he could wipe out the entire Hummer family in no time. Because of this fear, Tina trembled every time Dustin's name was mentioned. What the hell did Miss Hummer say, Matt? Phineas asked as he noticed his son looking dazed. Damn. That girl is scared shitless of Rhys. There's no fucking way she'll lend us money, Matt said with a scowl. The daughter of the Hummer family is afraid of that brat. Is it because of the Harmon family? Phineas wondered out loud. Maybe, Matt replied, deep in thought. He couldn't think of any other reason. This is a problem, Phineas frowned. Our family is in deep shit if we don't get money soon. We might have to apologize to that little bastard. Apologize? No fucking way. Matt shouted. Why should we bow down to someone like him? I'd rather suffer. Don't be reckless, you idiot. Phineas warned seriously. He has the Harmon family behind him, and now he has Roderick Brooks' support too. If you do anything to him, we'll be in even bigger trouble. Unfortunately, Matt didn't listen. He had lost to Dustin too many times, and today's events only added to his anger. Hatred toward Dustin was at its fucking highest. Matt, let me handle this. You should take a break for the next 2 days. Just stay the hell out of trouble, Phineas told his son firmly. Matt didn't respond, he was already thinking about how to get back at Dustin. Soon, night fell. Inside the Midnight Rose bar, Dahlia was drinking shot after shot in a corner. Lyra sat next to her, looking worried. This was the first time she had seen Dahlia like this. Dahlia refused to go back to work or care about anything. She had completely let go of her strong persona and was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Lyra had heard that this was all because of Dustin, but was it really fucking worth it? Please stop drinking, Ms. Nicholson. Let's go back. Your mother is worried sick about you, Lyra pleaded. Leave me alone. I just want to keep drinking. All my fucking worries disappear when I'm drunk, Dahlia said with a hollow laugh before downing another shot. Lyra felt helpless. Dahlia was under a lot of pressure from her family and was struggling with her feelings for Dustin. Dahlia knew she had misunderstood him, but she didn't know how to explain that. In fact, she was scared shitless to face Dustin and see his cold expression. So, she turned to alcohol to numb her feelings. She was a strong leader in business, but when it came to her personal life, she felt like a complete failure. Even though she understood that she had been the one who misunderstood Dustin, her pride stopped her from apologizing. Instead, she hoped that Dustin would come to her and ask for forgiveness. So this is where you are, Dahlia, Matt said as he entered the bar and quickly spotted the two women. Mr. Laney, you're here. Please help her. She can't handle this much alcohol. Lyra said urgently as she stood up to greet Matt. She felt overwhelmed. Matt was a much better fucking choice than Dustin. Please get her some water, Lyra. I'll talk to her, Matt said with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Mr. Laney, Lyra replied and quickly went to fetch the water. Why are you drinking so goddamn much, Dahlia? Matt asked, looking worried. It's none of your fucking business. Just go away. Dahlia responded, her eyes glassy but her tone icy. For a moment, Matt's smile faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Without anyone noticing, he slipped a pill into her wine. You still want to drink, right, Dahlia? Let me join you, he said, pouring her another glass. Dahlia, already tipsy, didn't notice anything unusual and gulped down the drink without hesitation. Soon, her head felt heavy, and her vision started to blur, causing her to sway slightly. Mr. Laney, I think Ms. Nicholson is drunk, Lyra said as she returned. It's all right. I'll send her home now. Her family is worried sick, Matt promised with a kind smile. All right. Thanks, Mr. Laney, Lyra said, not thinking twice about it, and helped carry Dahlia into Matt's car. Since the car only had 2 seats, she could only watch as the headlights disappeared into the night. Finally, you're fucking mine, Matt said with a sinister smile as they drove towards the hotel. You love acting so tough, huh? Well, tonight will be fucking different. Chapter 219. At the peaceful medical center, Dustin sat quietly reading a book when a Maybach pulled up outside. The door opened, and Phineas stepped out, carrying some gifts. Mr. Rhys, Phineas greeted with a smile, looking much less arrogant than when they first met. Do you need something from me? Dustin asked, glancing at Phineas with indifference. Mr. Rhys, I'm truly sorry about today's incident. Please forgive us for our ignorance, Phineas said apologetically. He realized that Dustin had strong connections, including the Harmon family and Big Bucks Brooks. If Phineas wanted to borrow $3 billion, he needed to win Dustin's fucking forgiveness first. How could someone like me make the Laney family apologize? Dustin replied casually. What are you saying, Mr. Rhys? You're young and talented. We proudly admit our fucking defeat. Please give us a way out, Phineas said, bowing his head. But Dustin remained silent. Frustrated, Phineas dropped to his knees with a thud. Mr. Rhys, please accept our family's sincere apologies. If you give us another chance, you'll always be our honored guest. I'm willing to offer half of our property as an apology, Phineas said, bowing even lower. Dustin admired his willingness to set aside his fucking pride. What about Caitlin's cat? Dustin asked coldly. We'll replace it. We'll get her as many goddamn cats as she wants. Phineas promised frantically. Dusty's dead. It doesn't matter how many cats you get, Caitlin said sadly beside Dustin. Did you hear that? I might forgive you, but you hurt Caitlin, Dustin shrugged. I'm so fucking sorry, Ms. Lawler. I swear I won't do it again, Phineas pleaded. Please forgive me just this once. I've learned my goddamn lesson. Phineas pleaded as he crawled over to Caitlin to apologize. I'll forgive you, but only if you promise never to do anything bad again. Caitlin said seriously. Absolutely. I've learned my fucking mistake, Phineas nodded quickly, lowering his head in submission. Since Caitlin has forgiven you, I'll let this go. Just remember your promise, Dustin said calmly. Of course. As long as the Laney family can get through this, everything they own is yours. Phineas quickly agreed. Dustin was about to say more when his phone rang. It was Dahlia calling. As soon as he answered, he heard muffled voices. Let me go. I want to go home, Dahlia said weakly. What do you mean, go home? Look how nice the Estelle Hotel is. Let's keep drinking. Matt laughed. You can go by yourself. Leave me the hell alone, Dahlia replied. Shut the fuck up. You should be grateful for this chance. You have no fucking choice. You're drinking tonight. Get in. The phone slipped from his hand and the shouting faded away. Dustin's expression darkened, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. What's wrong, Mr. Rhys? Phineas asked, trembling. In a sudden burst of anger, Dustin slapped Phineas across the face, knocking him to the floor. You better hope your worthless son hasn't messed up, or I'll ruin your entire fucking family. Dustin shouted as he stormed out the door. Chapter 220. What the hell is going on? Phineas asked, covering his cheek with his hand in shock. At the same time, in a room at the Estelle Hotel, Dahlia lay on the bed, barely conscious. Her head felt heavy, and her body was weak. Matt stood beside her, a wicked grin on his face as he looked at her beautiful figure. Dahlia, I have to say, you are fucking stunning, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Your looks and body are perfect. I've been with many women, but none compare to you. It's only right that I'm the man for you. How dare that piece of shit Dustin Rhys think he can claim you? But don't worry, you'll be mine by the end of the night. With a sneer, Matt started to unbutton his shirt but then remembered something. He pulled out his phone and pointed the camera at Dahlia. I almost forgot to record our special fucking night. I promised Dustin I'd send him a video of us together. Men keep their promises, he said, grinning with excitement. You disgusting, shameless piece of shit. If you touch me, I'll make sure you rot in jail. Dahlia said, her voice weak but filled with anger. If you don't mind the video being seen by others, go ahead and try. I don't care if I end up in prison for a few years. At least I get to be with you. But there's an easier way. After tonight, you'll just have to marry me. That way, you can protect your reputation while still being with me. Sounds like a good fucking deal, right? Matt chuckled confidently. Not a fucking chance, you asshole. I'd rather die than marry a hypocrite like you. Dahlia shouted, trying to get up from the bed. But each time she tried, she flopped back down, too weak to stand. Her face turned red from the effort, and the drug was still affecting her. Matt's expression turned serious. Are you really still thinking about that fucking loser right now? I don't understand. How is that bastard better than me? Why do you keep thinking about him? He's better than you in every way. You don't even deserve to compete with him. Dahlia shouted angrily. He's a fucking nobody. If he hadn't gotten help, do you think he'd be where he is today? He's ruined my plans so many times. I swear I'll get him back one day. Matt growled. I'll fucking hurt you if you touch him. Dahlia yelled, her face fierce. You're still defending that jerk? I need to teach you a goddamn lesson. Matt said, pulling off his belt and swinging it at her. You better say I'm the best and that you fucking want me. Soon, Dahlia's skin was marked with blood from the whip. Yet, she stayed silent, biting her lip in defiance. Wow, you're tough, huh? I'll make you fucking regret it tonight. Matt yelled in frustration, ripping off his clothes and lunging at her. Just then, the door burst open with a loud crash, and a powerful figure charged in, full of anger. The cold wind rushed in, and the lights flickered and exploded. Chapter 221. Bang! The door swung open with a loud kick, causing the light bulbs in the room to explode, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. A cold chill filled the air. Who the hell is it? Who's ruining my goddamn fun? Matt shouted, turning around with a scowl. The sudden darkness made it hard for him to see. Matt Laney, you have a fucking death wish, a chilling voice said as a shadow moved closer. The moonlight streamed through the window, revealing the figure. It was Dustin. It's you, you son of a bitch. Matt's face shifted to anger as he quickly grabbed a handgun from the bedside drawer. He yelled, you fucking fool. I haven't forgotten how you've messed up my plans before. And yet, you come here first. Dustin. Please go. Don't worry about me. Dahlia weakly cried out. She thought Dustin might be her savior, but seeing Matt with a gun made her panic. Weren't you talking big, huh? Looks like you're fucking scared now, Matt taunted, raising his gun and chuckling. You better beg for mercy if you don't want to die. I'll put a bullet right through your fucking head. Beg? You think you're worth that? Dustin shot back, glaring at Matt. Worth it? Matt grinned wildly and fired 2 shots near Dustin's feet. I don't just want you to beg. I'm going to take your woman right in fucking front of you. Why, you shameless piece of shit? Dahlia gasped, her heart racing with anger. The drug in her system made her flushed face look even more striking. So fucking what? I'll enjoy myself with you before I deal with him. Matt declared. I plan to finish you off in. Dustin approached Matt calmly, his presence so intense that it made it hard for Matt to breathe. Matt's hand shook uncontrollably. Stop right there. You better fucking stop, or I'll shoot. Matt yelled, his voice filled with panic. But Dustin kept moving closer, ignoring Matt's warning. You're dead fucking meat. Matt gritted his teeth, aiming his gun at Dustin's head. He pulled the trigger, and loud bangs echoed in the room as the bullets fired. But to Matt's shock, Dustin had vanished. Suddenly, Dustin reappeared just 2 feet in front of him. You! Startled, Matt tried to back away, but Dustin swiftly grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the wall. With a loud thud, Matt passed out, blood dripping from his head. Dustin! Now that the danger had passed, Dahlia finally relaxed and fell asleep. Dustin glanced at the unconscious Matt and took out his phone to make a call. 15 minutes later, Hunter arrived with a dozen strong men. Mr. Rhys, here are the men you wanted, Hunter said politely. These men were not just big, they were intimidating and had a reputation for being drawn to pretty boys. Good job, Dustin said, nodding in approval. He then used acupuncture to wake Matt. What are you guys doing? I'm warning you. I'm the heir of the Laney family. You won't get away with this. Matt threatened as he regained consciousness. Mr. Laney, I specifically asked these men to serve you. Enjoy the fucking ride, Dustin said, gesturing toward the men. They quickly grabbed Matt, grinning maliciously. Let me go, you bastards. Matt's face turned pale with fear. I'm sorry, Dustin. Please forgive me. I won't do it again, he screamed as they pulled him into a car, where pain and misery awaited him. Mr. Anderson, tell your. Make sure you take good care of him. I want him to suffer as much as fucking possible. Dustin said coldly. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Hunter replied before leaving. Matt was going to fucking regret what he did to Dustin's woman. Once everyone was gone, Dustin walked over to the bed and started putting ointment on Dahlia's wounds. Dustin, I'm sorry, Dahlia finally said, her voice weak. Dustin's body tensed, and a look of sadness crossed his face. After a moment, he shook his head and continued applying the ointment. Suddenly, the door burst open. Florence, James, and several others rushed in, their faces darkening when they saw Dahlia lying unconscious. Rhys! How dare you touch my daughter, you horrible bastard! I'll kill you! Florence shouted, lunging to slap Dustin. He caught her hand easily. What? Are you going to hit me back, you little shit? You disgusting jerk! Furious, Florence kicked Dustin in the shin instead. He frowned but didn't retaliate. Call the police right now. This piece of shit criminal needs to be arrested, she yelled. Exactly. A jerk like him belongs in jail, several voices echoed, and James pulled out his phone to call the police. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I didn't do anything wrong, Dustin said indifferently. Bullshit. Why would she be here if you didn't fucking kidnap her? Florence shot back, glaring at him. That's right. Everyone can see you were planning something goddamn awful, another voice chimed in. Are you seriously defending yourself after we caught you? You really won't fucking back down, someone else yelled. The crowd was furious, glaring at Dustin as if they wanted to tear him apart. They were disgusted that he had sunk so low. Dustin felt frustrated. Whatever. I didn't do anything wrong anyway, he said as he shook his head and stood up to leave. He understood that the others wouldn't believe him if he tried to explain. Hold on. Who said you could leave? James stepped in front of the door. You're not going anywhere without explaining yourself, you asshole. But Dustin pushed past him, and James stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 222. You jerk. James shouted as he stood up, ready to hurl insults. But then he noticed that Dustin had already left. That kid is lucky he got away. Otherwise, I would have taught him a fucking lesson. He can't run forever. After what he did, I'll make sure he stays in jail for life. Florence clenched her teeth. That's right. We can't let that motherfucker go. Julie and the others quickly agreed. Dustin had gone too goddamn far. Just then, Dahlia started to wake up. You're finally awake. Florence exclaimed, her mood brightening. How do you feel? What are all of you doing here, Mom? Dahlia rubbed her aching temples, struggling to piece her memories together. Lyra called us to say you might be in danger, so we rushed over. Thank goodness we made it in time, or Dustin would have hurt you. Florence's anger flared again. Dustin? Dahlia frowned, trying to remember. Where is he? Don't worry. We chased him away, Florence reassured her. That's right. We also called the police. We'll catch that bastard. James added. Why would you arrest him? He was the one who saved me. Dahlia exclaimed. What? He saved you? Everyone was taken aback, exchanging shocked looks. Confusion spread across their faces. You're joking, right, Dahlia? He couldn't have rescued you. We saw him touching you and getting ready to do something goddamn awful. Florence clearly didn't believe her. She's right, sis. He tried to take your clothes off while you were unconscious. James added fuel to the fire. We can all say that Dustin was the one who did it. Julie and a few others agreed. Dahlia shook her head vigorously, which only made her head feel heavier from the alcohol. Who else could it be? There were only the two of you in this room when we got here, Florence pointed out. It was Matt Laney, that piece of shit. Dahlia struggled to remember what had happened. You must be drunk, Dahlia. Matt is a good guy. He wouldn't do something like this, someone replied. Did Dustin give you something? Is that why you're confused? Another person asked. I heard some drugs can cause hallucinations. Maybe that's why your memory is mixed up, someone else said. One after another, the people in the room denied Dahlia's claims, making her doubt herself. Did I really remember wrong? But how could that be, she thought, looking at her injuries. It was hard to believe that Dustin had hurt her. Hey, there's a phone here, and it's recording a video, Julie said as she picked up a phone from the television cabinet. It must belong to that piece of shit. Florence exclaimed angrily. He was planning to record himself hurting Dahlia. How fucking disgusting. There's no way he can defend himself now that we have this evidence, someone added. We have to get that bastard arrested, the crowd started shouting insults at Dustin. No, it can't be. Dustin wouldn't do that, Dahlia shook her head, unable to accept it. Why are you still defending him, Dahlia? Why do you still care about that jerk? Matt is so much better for you. I'll show you Dustin's true self right now. Florence yelled and hit play on the video. As they watched, everyone fell silent in shock. Matt Laney. Florence stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the man violently attacking Dahlia in the video. Everyone else was just as stunned. They could never have imagined such a thing. They had all thought that Matt, a respectful man from a noble family, was the one who kidnapped Dahlia and tried to hurt her. How could this be true? But the video showed everything. It was Matt, the decent man, not Dustin, who had done the terrible things. Everyone felt embarrassed as they remembered their earlier comments, and they grew quiet. I told you it wasn't Dustin, but none of you believed me. Now, who's the real fucking monster? Who's the hypocrite? Dahlia exclaimed in frustration. Florence, not wanting to back down, replied, I might have been wrong, but so the fuck what? Dustin was once married to you, he should have protected you. We didn't force him to do that. And why didn't he explain himself? If he had, we wouldn't have misunderstood. Explain himself? Dahlia scoffed. Would you have believed him if he had? That's for us to decide, but it's his fucking fault for not saying anything. He brought this on himself. Florence argued. Exactly. He fucking deserved it. James chimed in. So what if they misunderstood a fucking loser? Dahlia was deeply disappointed. You're all fucking impossible, she shouted. Feeling overwhelmed, she got up and pushed past them to run outside. She wanted to catch Dustin before he left. But by the time she reached the hotel entrance, he was already gone. Chapter 223. At the Laney Villa, Phineas was anxiously pacing in the living room. It was early morning, but he hadn't slept at all since he lost contact with Matt, who had left at midnight. It felt like Matt had disappeared without a fucking trace. Phineas had sent a group of bodyguards to search for Matt, but there was still no goddamn news, which made him worry that something was seriously wrong. Suddenly, he heard a car beep outside. He looked out the window and saw a black SUV parked at his door. Then, to his shock, a figure wrapped in a burlap sack was thrown out of the car as it drove away. What the hell is going on? Phineas thought, and he motioned for the bodyguards at the entrance. They quickly opened the sack to reveal a naked man with a swollen nose and bruises all over his body. Dad, the young man opened his eyes and called out weakly. Matt? Phineas exclaimed, stunned. What the fuck happened to you? It was Dustin Rhys. Matt's voice broke, and he started to cry. No one knew what the fuck he had gone through that night. There had been many moments when he had thought about ending his life but couldn't bring himself to do it. He still couldn't believe he had survived the fucking pain. Don't cry. Just tell me what the hell happened. I'll take care of it. Phineas said urgently, instructing his men to bring Matt inside. Thanks to some adrenaline shots he had received, Matt was still awake despite his injuries. He shared everything that had happened, although he left out some goddamn details. That bastard. How dare he do that to you? This is fucking unacceptable. Phineas slammed his hand on the table, feeling a chill every time he thought about what Matt had endured. Dad, I want you to destroy him, no matter the fucking cost. Matt said, his voice filled with anger. Matt, that jerk is being protected by the Harmon family and the Brooks family. It's going to be tough to deal with him, Phineas replied, knowing the challenges ahead. Phineas was deep in thought, considering his options. He had heard about a website called findanovel.net where he could access chapters of novels early and in high quality. Do you expect me to act like nothing fucking happened? Matt scowled, his eyes red and tired. I want my revenge, no matter what. Fine, I'll help you get your goddamn revenge. Phineas agreed, noticing how miserable his son looked. If Matt was willing to pay a lot of money to hire a killer, getting rid of Dustin would be easy. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Phineas signaled for the guards to let the visitors in. 3 men entered the house. One of them wore an old-fashioned suit and carried a cane with a dragon head on it. He was followed by Hunter and a large, intimidating man. Who the hell are you? Phineas asked, confused. Dad! Matt exclaimed, pointing at Hunter. That's the bastard who helped Rhys. He remembered the man watching him being attacked. So you're men of Dustin Rhys. Are you here to apologize? Phineas growled, anger boiling inside him. Apologize? You're fucking wrong, the old man in the suit said with a slight smile. I'm here to collect a debt. A debt? Phineas laughed bitterly. With just the 3 of you? You must be fucking joking. He clapped his hands, and immediately dozens of strong, fierce-looking men surrounded the villa. Phineas had been prepared ever since Matt went missing, and now it was paying off. He chuckled menacingly. Did you not see this coming? You've walked right into my goddamn trap. I will make sure none of you leave here alive. How dare you, the strong man shouted, and in an instant, he reached out towards Matt. Who the fuck do you think you are, hitting someone on my turf? You're dead fucking meat. Phineas shouted, filled with anger. Just as he was about to tell his men to attack, a gold badge fell to the ground with a soft clink. He picked it up and froze in fear when he saw the 5-clawed golden dragon emblem on it. On the back, the name Rhys was boldly engraved. In Dragon Marsh, the 5-clawed dragon symbol meant total power, and Rhys represented the highest authority. Many people had the last name Rhys, but only one family held the emblem of Draken. This family was feared by many, and no one dared to challenge them. The Rhys Draken emblem. Who the hell are you? Phineas asked, gripping the badge tightly. He was shaking, and sweat trickled down his forehead. You must be fucking blind. This is Sir Albert Horst, shouted the large man beside him. Albert Horst? Phineas turned pale at the mention of the name. Not many knew of him, but he was known as the Executioner. He had a terrible reputation as the human butcher, known for slicing through people easily. The Rhys family had 3 great generals, the Executioner, the Sword Whisperer, and the Drunken Maniac. Each one was powerful enough to shake the fucking nation. The Executioner, Alfred Horst, was the strongest of them all. Children would cry just from hearing his name. It was said that he fought his first battle at 18 and killed tens of thousands of enemies. His ruthless nature earned him the title of the Great Executioner. After joining the Rhys family, he was rarely seen, but his reputation only grew. He was the one who eliminated anyone who dared to insult or threaten the Rhys family. Very few people even knew what he looked like. Most people who had seen his face were already fucking dead. His cruelty had made him the leader of the 3 great generals. He struck fear into the hearts of the officials in Dragonmash. Everyone knew that when the executioner came to someone's house, that family would never see the goddamn light of day again. Yet, Phineas couldn't figure out why the executioner had come to his home. Chapter 224. Phineas was frozen with fear. Who the hell would have thought that the ordinary-looking old man in front of him was the fucking executioner? Why is the executioner here in person, he thought. Just then, Matt, filled with rage, shouted, "How dare you hit me, you bastard! You're dead! It's over for all of you! Men, finish them off! Stop, you idiot!" Phineas yelled, dropping to his knees in front of the old man. He pleaded, "Sir Albert, we don't know what we did to upset you, but please forgive us." "What the hell are you doing, Dad? Why are you begging?" Matt couldn't believe it. He didn't understand why his father was kneeling before the old man when they seemed to have the upper hand. "Shut the fuck up, you fool. We can't afford to anger him. Get down and fucking kneel." Phineas urged Matt desperately. "I'm not kneeling." Matt looked around wildly. "What do you mean we can't mess with them? There are only 3 of them. We could easily take them down." "You fucking idiot. Do you even realize who this is? This is the goddamn executioner." Phineas's face turned pale. They were nothing but fucking ants in front of such a powerful figure. "What executioner? I've never heard of him. He can fucking die today, even if he's a god." Matt shouted defiantly. Alfred, the executioner, chuckled at Matt's bravado. "Interesting. I almost don't want to kill you now. You think you fucking losers can kill me? You're all just arrogant fools." Matt sneered, his anger boiling over from the previous night's events. "It's over. Everything's fucking over," Phineas whispered as he sank to the floor, his face drained of color. How could he have such a reckless son? How could Matt insult the goddamn executioner? Trying to compete with me in numbers? Alright, then. Let's see who has more goddamn men, the large man shouted, waving his arm. Immediately, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed around the place. Suddenly, armed men rushed in from all sides, quickly surrounding everyone. The guards were fully equipped, wearing black masks that hid their faces. Their sharp eyes and menacing presence made everyone instinctively turn away in fear. The guards from the Laney family seemed weak in comparison to these newcomers. No words were exchanged, but the Laney guards, frightened by the sight, dropped their weapons and stepped aside. Matt stood frozen, his arrogance fading away as terror took over. What the fuck happened? Where did all these men come from? Aren't we competing by numbers? Who the fuck has more men now? The bulky man called out again. The armed men drew their swords in unison, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Matt felt his legs give way, and he collapsed to the ground. "Sir Alfred, please have mercy." Phineas crawled toward Alfred, pleading. "My son has lost his mind and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Please spare his life." "Then you'll have to die in his place," Alfred replied coldly. He took a sword from the burly man's back and tossed it to the floor. "Only one of you can live. Make your goddamn choice," he said calmly. Chapter 225. In the morning at the airport, Edwin and Tina stood in front of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, waiting. "Dad, we've been waiting for 2 fucking hours. Where is Joshua?" Tina asked, her eyes darting around anxiously. "It's normal for flights to be delayed. Let's give it a bit more goddamn time," Edwin replied calmly. Just the night before, he had received a call from Joshua, who shared that he had completed his training and was now the Hummer family's secret weapon. While they talked, a young couple walked out of the airport. The man was handsome and confident, like a sharp fucking blade that made it hard to look at him directly. The woman beside him wore a striking red outfit, looking equally beautiful, elegant, and strong. "Dad, he's here!" Tina exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. She had been eagerly waiting for this goddamn moment. "Josh, you're finally back," Edwin said, approaching his son with a warm smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Dad," Joshua replied, smiling back. He gestured to the woman next to him. This is Jade Grant, my fiancée. Jade Grant? Edwin asked, surprised. Is she the third daughter of the Grant family? Yes, that's her, Joshua confirmed with a smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hummer, Jade said, giving a polite nod. Nice to meet you too. You truly are fucking beautiful and graceful, just like a daughter of the Grant family should be. Edwin said, clearly pleased. He never expected his son to win the favor of such a powerful family. The Hummer family was part of the 5 wealthiest families in Millsburg, known as the Fabulous 5. The Grant family was one of the 3 families even more influential than them, known as the Tremendous 3. If the Hummer family could connect with the Grants. The Grant family was excited about a bright fucking future thanks to Joshua's marriage to Jade. Dad, why the hell did you call me home so urgently? Joshua asked as they drove in the car. He had just finished his training the night before when he was told to return right fucking away. I hate to say this, but there's a new goddamn troublemaker in Swinton, Edwin replied with a sigh. He's more powerful than we thought and has defeated all my men. Our family has been struggling because of him, so I had no fucking choice but to bring you back. That's right. You have no idea how fucking annoying he is, Joshua. He even beat me up on my birthday over the smallest things. Tina chimed in, showing her frustration. Look at my goddamn arm, it's still healing. I've never been treated like this before. You need to get back at that son of a bitch for me. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he bully a member of the Hummer family? Joshua's expression darkened, and a fierce fucking feeling surrounded him. His name is Dustin Rhys, and he's not someone to take lightly, Edwin explained. He also has the support of the Harmon family. The Harmon family? Jade laughed softly. They're just one of the Fabulous 5, they don't have much goddamn power. Why you're not keeping your goddamn promise? You said you'd let me live, Horst. Why? Matt cried out in despair, but the only answer he received was the cold strike of a blade. As they left the villa, Alfred suddenly asked, how many members are in the main branch of the Laney family? The report says there are 35 of them, the strong young man answered. I see. Well, get rid of all those fuckers, Alfred ordered. Chapter 226. In the morning at the airport, Edwin and Tina stood in front of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, waiting. Dad, we've been waiting for 2 goddamn hours. Where's Joshua? Tina asked, her eyes darting around with worry. It's normal for flights to be delayed. Let's just wait a fucking bit longer, Edwin replied calmly. He felt reassured after receiving a call from Joshua the night before, saying he had completed his refinement and was now a key player for the Hummer family. As they talked, a young couple walked out of the airport. The man was strikingly handsome, with a confident presence that made it hard to look at him directly. The woman beside him wore a red dress and looked equally impressive, beautiful, graceful, and strong. Dad, he's here. Tina exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She had been eagerly awaiting his fucking return. Josh, you're finally back. Edwin said, walking up to him with a wide smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dad, Joshua replied, smiling as he introduced the woman next to him. This is Jade Grant, my fiancée. Jade Grant? Edwin said, surprised. Is she the third daughter of the Grant family? Yes, that's right, Joshua confirmed with a grin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hummer, Jade said with a polite nod. Nice to meet you too. You truly are a wonderful daughter of the Grant family, beautiful and graceful. Edwin said, beaming with pride. He never expected his son to win over such an important family. The Grant family was one of the Tremendous 3, the 3 most powerful families in Millsburg, even stronger than the Fabulous 5. If the Hummer family could form an alliance through Joshua's marriage to Jade, their future would be very fucking bright. Why the hell did you summon me home so urgently? Joshua asked as they settled into the car. He had just finished his training the night before when he received the call to return right fucking away. I hate to say it, but Swinton has a new challenger. He's more powerful than we expected and has already defeated all my men. Our family has been struggling because of him. I had no goddamn choice but to bring you back, Edwin said, looking defeated. Exactly. You don't know how fucking annoying he is, Joshua. He even attacked me on my birthday over the smallest things. Tina chimed in, showing her frustration. Look at my goddamn arm. I'm still not fully healed. I've never been treated like this before. You have to make that motherfucker pay for what he did. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he bully a member of the Hummer family? Joshua's expression darkened, and a fierce fucking energy surrounded him. His name is Dustin Rhys, and he's not someone to take lightly, Edwin warned. He also has the Harmon family backing him. The Harmon family? Jade laughed lightly. They're just one of the fabulous five, they don't have much goddamn power. If you need help, Mr. Hummer, just ask. There's no need for the Grant family to get involved in something so trivial, Joshua replied calmly. Now that I'm back, I won't let anyone challenge the Hummer family's fucking authority, not even the Harmon family. Josh, have you had a breakthrough? Edwin asked cautiously. Yes, I have. I've reached divinity. Joshua said with a proud smile. A divine-level martial artist? Edwin exclaimed with joy. That's fucking amazing. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Joshua was likely the only divine-level martial artist in their family, and he was ready to face any fucking challenge that came their way. In all of Swinton, there were many artists. However, low-level martial artists couldn't compete with goddamn divine-level martial artists. While they could improve their skills, their physical abilities had limits. Chapter 227. Divine-level martial artists are incredibly fucking powerful. They can use their energy to attack others without anyone noticing. Low-level martial artists can't compare to those motherfuckers. Even in Millsburg, where many strong martial artists gather, divine-level martial artists are truly feared. This is why Joshua has gained the Grant family's support. His talent and potential make him someone every family wants to be associated with. Dad, are divine-level martial artists really that fucking strong? How will Joshua do against Dustin? Tina asked, her curiosity piqued. Joshua could easily defeat that little shit with just a snap of his fingers. Edwin replied, filled with pride. That's fucking amazing. Joshua, you must teach that bastard a lesson for me. Tina said, excitedly. There's no rush to deal with Dustin. He's weak and can be taken down anytime. Right now, we need to give Joshua and Jade a warm goddamn welcome, Edwin said. Good point. Let's fucking go home, Tina agreed. Meanwhile, at the Peaceful Medical Center, Dustin received a call from Ruth. Dustin, something's happened at Harmon Pharmaceuticals. You need to come right fucking away, she said. What happened? Dustin asked, concerned. A group of people showed up and insisted we partner with them to produce Amorchinol, Ruth explained. Is that so? Where's your sister? I'll let her make the decision, Dustin said. She went to Millsburg last night and won't be back soon. She told me to call you since you have the final say, Ruth replied. Okay, I'll be there shortly, Dustin said before hanging up. He drove to Harmon Pharmaceuticals, arriving 20 minutes later. As he entered the conference room, he noticed Jessica, Quentin, Ruth, and Mr. Wengele sitting there. Mr. Wengele sat on the left, and a distinguished man was on the right. Dustin, you're finally here. Have a seat, quick, Ruth said, standing up and waving him over. The others watched him coolly. What's going on here? Dustin asked, looking around with curiosity. I have a question for you, Jessica said. I heard Natasha gave you 50% of the shares for Amorchinol. Is that true? Yeah, Dustin replied, nodding. Great. Now, hand the goddamn shares over, she said flatly. What? Why? Dustin was surprised. Because you don't fucking deserve them, Jessica replied sharply. The Harmon family handles everything, production, sales, marketing for Amorchinol. You don't contribute anything to this process. Why should you get 50% of the profits? Don't you think that's a bit fucking greedy? Mrs. Harmon, there must be a misunderstanding. Miss Harmon was the one who decided I should have the shares. Jessica cut him off with a wave of her hand. That's enough. I don't want to hear it. Hand over the shares if you want to leave without any goddamn trouble. Does Miss Harmon know about this? Dustin asked, narrowing his eyes. Now he understood, they had tricked him into coming here to take the shares away. It doesn't fucking matter if she knows. This is about our family's interests, her opinion isn't the only one that counts. We will compensate you well for this. We're offering you $50 million if you give us the shares, Jessica said, sounding casual. Just hand them over when we fucking say to, another voice chimed in. Stop messing around. Quentin said, growing impatient. What if I refuse? Dustin shot back, his face turning cold. Then you won't be leaving this fucking room today. Quentin slammed his hand on the table. Almost immediately, a group of security guards burst into the room, surrounding Dustin with threatening glares. Chapter 228. What, are you going to use physical violence? Dustin smirked at the sight of the security guards closing in on him. He had always preferred talking things out rather than fighting. Maybe he would have considered their demands if they had approached him politely. But if they wanted to get rough, he was ready to teach those motherfuckers a lesson. So what if I am? Don't think too highly of yourself, you little brat. Quentin snapped. He had held a grudge against Dustin ever since their first meeting when he felt humiliated. If it weren't for Natasha keeping him in check, he would have sought revenge long ago. With Natasha gone, he saw this as his chance to get fucking even. Quentin, don't go too far. Ruth shouted, unable to hold back any longer. It's Dustin's choice whether to sell the shares. If you try to hurt him, I won't fucking stand for it. Ruth, this doesn't involve you. Stay the hell out of it. Quentin shot back. Just as Ruth was about to respond, Jessica stepped in. Dustin, a wise person knows how to adjust to their situation. You can't keep all those shares to yourself, so just hand them over when we ask nicely, Jessica said. Many people face trouble not because of their actions, but because they have things that don't belong to them. With your background and skills, holding on to those shares will only lead to more fucking problems for you. Is that a threat, Mrs. Harmon? Dustin asked, unfazed. It's simply goddamn advice. You should know your fucking limits. Do you really think you would have achieved what you have without my daughter protecting you? Jessica looked at him with disdain. Miss Harmon has helped me a lot, but I didn't rely on anyone to get where I am now, Dustin said sharply. As for Immortal, let me be clear, I created the formula and was the first to make it work. I don't care about the shares, but I won't let you motherfuckers push me around. How dare you, you ungrateful shit! Jessica yelled, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. Dustin, I've tried to be nice to you. Don't test me. Who's pushing who? Dustin shot back. When the Hummer family successfully developed and sold the Turnamax, the Harmon family had nothing and couldn't compete. I helped you through that tough time, yet here you are, burning bridges as soon as you can. Is this how goddamn ungrateful the Harmon family members are? Why, you? Jessica fumed. She never expected someone so dependent on the Harmon family to talk back to her like this. Aunt Jessica, don't waste your time on this little shit. We just need to catch him, I have plenty of ways to make him give in. Quentin added, trying to stir things up. Mom, don't do anything stupid. If you hurt Dustin, Natasha will never forgive you. Ruth warned. Jessica paused, considering Ruth's words. Her relationship with Natasha was already strained, and if she acted on her anger, it could ruin fucking everything. Just then, the man sitting across from Jessica and the others spoke up. Mrs. Harmon, I thought it would be easy for you to get the shares back, but I see I was wrong. And who the hell are you? Dustin asked coldly. He had noticed this man as soon as he entered the conference room and suspected he was the reason for Jessica's sudden anger. I'm Williams, Brody Williams. I'm from the Boulder Thorn Guild, and my father is the second in command, the man said calmly. Mr. Williams is your father? Dustin raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had met Oliver Williams earlier and realized that Brody was his brother. I'm sure you know how powerful the fucking Boulder Thorn Guild is, Brody said as he lit a cigarette. He took a drag and waved his hand dismissively. So, you have two options, hand over the shares and take the 50 million, or make an enemy out of me. I won't give up the shares unless Miss Harmon asks me to, Dustin replied coolly. Excuse me? Brody's face turned cold. Do you even know what the fuck you're saying, you little brat? Have you considered the consequences of making an enemy out of the Boulder Thorn Guild? First of all, you don't fucking represent the guild. And second, so what if I make an enemy out of you? Do you think the Boulder Thorn Guild runs the fucking world? Dustin didn't flinch. I admire your fucking guts, brat. It's been a while since someone dared to talk to me like that. But you'll pay for your goddamn arrogance. And as for the rest of you, Brody grinned menacingly at Jessica and the others, if you don't want to make an enemy out of the Boulder Thorn Guild, you better show me some sincerity in forming an alliance. If this brat refuses to give us his shares, you all will have to pay the price. Either way, we're getting our hands on 50% of Immorchinal's goddamn shares. Jessica's expression changed at his words, and so did the others. If Dustin refused to give up his shares, he would drag them down with him. The Boulder Thorn Guild was cornering them. I've said everything there is to say, Dustin continued. I'll leave the final decision to you. See you later, Brody said. Dustin snorted and stood up. Wait a second, you fucker, he called out. Brody turned with a sneer. What, changed your mind already? I thought you were tough, but it looks like you're just a pushover. It made sense, though. How many people in Balerno would dare to stand up to the Boulder Thorn Guild? Good to see you still have some goddamn sense, Dustin. We could have avoided all of this if you had just agreed earlier, Jessica said, relieved. Even the Harmon family didn't want to cross the Boulder Thorn Guild. Quentin rolled his eyes. So you were just pretending to be tough. You had to give in to the Boulder Thorn Guild anyway, didn't you? Stop acting like you're such a big shot. In his view, it wouldn't take much for Brody to scare Dustin. Brody Williams from the Boulder Thorn Guild, right? Dustin said as he stood up slowly. Do you think you own this fucking place? Did you ask me for permission to come and go as you please? Brody raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you talking about, brat? Do you really think you can just stroll in here, act all goddamn tough, and leave whenever you want? What makes you think you can do that? Dustin shot him a fierce look. Brody laughed and pointed at Dustin. What, do you want to fight? Go ahead, I fucking dare you to hit me. Before he could finish, a sharp slap to his face sent him flying. He spun through the air and landed headfirst in a huge vase in the corner. The vase was big enough for his entire body, leaving his feet sticking out of the top. Jessica and the others stared in shock. Their jaws dropped, and silence filled the room. The room was filled with a sudden, goddamn presence. Chapter 229. Nobody expected Dustin to suddenly attack someone from the Boulder Thorn Guild. Had he lost his goddamn mind? Dustin, are you fucking crazy? How could you attack Mr. Williams' son? Do you want to get yourself killed? Jessica stared at him in shock and anger. Hitting Brody was like challenging the entire goddamn Boulder Thorn Guild. You might want to die, but the rest of us don't. You can't afford to mess with Mr. Williams. Quentin shouted. He secretly hoped Dustin would get in trouble, but he didn't want to face the goddamn consequences too. Dustin, you've really done it this time. Even Ruth looked worried. The Boulder Thorn Guild was too powerful, even the Harmon family wouldn't survive their fucking revenge. He's just trash. Why should I care if I attacked him? Dustin replied coolly. You're so goddamn stubborn. Jessica shot him a furious look. At that moment, Brody finally got himself free from the vase. He looked a mess, his face red and swollen from the slap and being stuck. How dare you fucking hit me, you little brat, he yelled, pointing at Dustin. He had never been hit before, he was always the one doing the hitting. So what if I did? Do you think no one can teach you a goddamn lesson just because you say you're from the Boulderthorn Guild? Dustin scoffed. You're dead fucking meat. Brody shouted, his anger boiling over. He raised his fist and swung it at Dustin. Earlier, Dustin had caught him off guard, but now that he knew what to expect, he wasn't going to let it happen again. Dustin snorted and easily caught Brody's fist before kicking him hard in the stomach. Brody howled in pain and doubled over, falling to his knees. He curled up into a ball on the floor. Dustin, stop it! Jessica shouted, her face filled with shock. Wasn't it enough that he had attacked Brody once? He was making things fucking worse for himself by doing it again. Damn it! Capture that fucking psycho! Quentin yelled. At his command, the security guards in the room pulled out their electric batons and raised them threateningly. I'd like to see you fucking try. Just then, Natasha stormed into the room. Her strong presence made everyone freeze. Natasha, thank goodness you're here, Jessica said, her voice tense. This man attacked a member of the Boulderthorn Guild in public. He can't be forgiven. Exactly. If we let him go, we're just keeping a ticking fucking time bomb. Quentin added angrily. I've heard everything that happened today, and I don't think Dustin did anything wrong, Natasha replied calmly. What? Jessica was shocked. Natasha, have you lost your goddamn mind? How can you say he didn't do anything wrong after he attacked a member of the Boulderthorn Guild? Natasha explained, Dustin had good goddamn reasons. Brody was using the Boulderthorn Guild's influence to try to force us into giving up what's ours. Doesn't he deserve to be punished for that? If everyone starts using their power and money to take our shares, we might as well just hand over Harmon Pharmaceuticals for free. The others had no response to her argument. Chapter 230. Buying 50% of the shares for $50 million felt like fucking stealing. The group didn't want to upset Boulderthorn, so they decided to sacrifice Dustin instead. They thought this way, they wouldn't have to pay a big price and could still maintain a good relationship with Boulderthorn. However, they didn't expect Dustin to be so goddamn stubborn. He refused to give up the shares and even fought back against Brody. To make matters worse, Natasha returned just in time to support Dustin's actions. Everything was chaotic, and they couldn't find a goddamn solution. Natasha Harmon. Break his arms and legs right fucking now. This is an order. If you don't, we won't be kind to the Harmon family. Brody shouted as he struggled to stand, looking furious. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Natasha replied calmly. Boulderthorn may be strong, but the Harmon family is not weak. No one can easily fucking harm us. Are you really going to defy Boulderthorn for him? Brody asked through clenched teeth. Dustin is part of the Harmon family. It's our goddamn duty to protect him. If Boulderthorn doesn't back down, he'll have to get through me first, Natasha replied firmly. Fine. If you want to block our way, don't blame us for turning against the Harmon family. Brody said angrily as he threw a note to Natasha. My father said if you refuse, we will settle this in the battle ring with deathmatches. If you win, Boulderthorn will never bring this up again. But if you lose, you must give up your shares in Immortal. You have one chance. I fucking challenge you. Brody said confidently, looking like he was sure he would win. Sure, I accept. You can choose the time and place, Natasha replied without hesitation. Let's meet at Williams' dojo tonight at 8, he said coldly before leaving. Natasha Harmon. Have you lost your goddamn mind? How can you provoke Boulderthorn just because of this little boy toy? Quentin exclaimed, clearly upset. He thought to himself that Boulderthorn's connections were way more important than that simple motherfucker. It's none of your goddamn business what I decide, Natasha shot back. Do you really think I don't know who got Boulderthorn involved in this? Quentin looked guilty at her accusation. Natasha, Boulderthorn is one of the most powerful guilds in Balerno. You're asking for trouble, Jessica warned, frowning with concern. If they lost the battle, they would have to give up their shares, and it would damage the Harmon family's fucking reputation. Mr. Williams is strong, but that doesn't mean we can't win, Natasha said confidently. Win? How? We don't even have enough people to fight, Jessica complained. Natasha wasn't worried. Who says we don't? I've already invited an expert from the 100 Immortals. The 100 Immortals? Who the hell is it? Jessica asked, eager to know. Instead of answering, Natasha clapped her hands. An old man with gray hair and a hawk nose stepped forward quickly. He wore a black shirt and had a tall, muscular build. He moved silently, almost like a goddamn ghost. Is this the King of Kicks, ranked 9th among the 100 Immortals? The 100 Immortals? Quentin gasped as he saw the old man. The 100 Immortals were legendary fucking figures, especially the top 10. Among them, the King of Kicks held the 9th position and was known for his incredible kicking skills. He had trained his legs for years, making his kicks fucking unmatched. Quentin remembered watching the King of Kicks casually flip a car with just one kick. There was no goddamn question about how skilled he was. Chapter 231. The conference room buzzed with excitement when the elder with a hawk-like nose walked in. Everyone looked at him with respect, knowing he was the King of Kicks, even if they didn't know him personally. He was an expert ranked 9th in the 100 Immortals, and meeting him was a goddamn rare opportunity. You really invited the King of Kicks? Jessica said in surprise. She hadn't expected Natasha to bring back such a powerful figure from Millsburg. It was well known that the King of Kicks had a big fucking ego, making it difficult to get him to agree to anything. Natasha must have put in a lot of goddamn effort to convince him to come to Swinton. There have been many eyes on Immorchanal lately. I had to take fucking precautions, Natasha replied calmly. She had been keeping watch on Boulder Thorn's activities, which is why she prepared early. We need at least 3 people for a fight. With the King of Kicks, we still need 2 more, Quentin interrupted. While the King of Kicks was very skilled, he couldn't take on multiple opponents alone. I can help if you need more people, Dustin offered. He didn't want to just sit back, especially since he felt responsible. You? Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not worthy to fight for the Harmon family, Quentin scoffed. Are you going to take my place then? Dustin shot back, leaving Quentin momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. This is an important battle. You're not even a qualified doctor. I hope you're not just here for the goddamn thrill, Jessica said calmly, glancing at Mr. Wangley. Mr. Wangley and Mr. Chapman were solid choices. With their help, the King of Kicks would surely show off his skills even better. Dustin, you just fought Brody. They might be coming for you. It's safer if you don't get involved, Natasha said gently. She knew Dustin was talented, but Boulder Thorn was tough. She didn't want to put him in danger by letting him join the fight. Okay. It's your goddamn call, Dustin replied with a smile, deciding not to push the issue. After they confirmed the names of those who would fight, Mr. Wangley stepped forward and addressed the King of Kicks, Sir Cavalier, I hope we can work well together. The King of Kicks scoffed, I don't need anyone's fucking help. I can win by myself. You weaklings should just fucking watch. Mr. Wangley frowned. Sir Cavalier, even though you're the King of Kicks and very skilled, fighting a crowd alone will be tough. I'm also one of the 100 Immortals. My ranking might be lower, but I'm not that fucking weak. How dare you compare yourself to me, the old man with the hawk-like nose sneered. Sir Cavalier, don't underestimate me. Mr. Wangley's anger rose. He was used to being respected and didn't take being dismissed lightly. What? Can't handle the fucking truth, the King of Kicks mocked. You should be fucking proud if you can survive even one of my kicks. Fine. I'd love to see how fucking skilled you really are. Mr. Wangley couldn't hold back any longer and charged at him. Amateurs, the King of Kicks said, casually placing his hands behind his back. He kicked out like a flash. Mr. Wangley swung his fist to block the kick. Their limbs collided with a loud bang. Mr. Wangley was thrown backward, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was dislocated. Blood rushed to his face, making him feel faint. He started to say, but before he could finish, blood burst from his mouth, leaving his face pale. "Do you see the fucking difference now?" the old man said with a smug smile. "Honestly, I didn't even use half of my strength for that kick." Mr. Wangley was taken aback, his expression changing to one of disbelief. Chapter 232. The King of Kicks made Mr. Wangley spit out blood without even trying hard. If he had used all his goddamn strength, Mr. Wangley might have died right then and there. Were the experts from the 100 Immortals really that fucking powerful? Amazing! King of Kicks, you've really fucking impressed us. Quentin exclaimed, surprised at first, but then he smiled and praised the King of Kicks. He figured that if he could befriend someone as strong as the King of Kicks, it would help him solve problems in the future. "Mr. Wangley, are you alright?" Natasha asked, frowning slightly. She was worried about their ally being hurt before the battle had even begun. She thought the King of Kicks had gone too goddamn far. "I'm fine," Mr. Wangley replied, wiping the blood from his mouth. He bowed respectfully. "King of Kicks, I expected nothing less from you. I truly accept my goddamn defeat." "At least you fucking know your limits," the old man said with a proud look on his face. "Alright, everyone. It's time to head back and prepare. We can't afford to lose tonight's goddamn battle," Natasha ordered. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone left. Boulder Thorn had spread the word about the battle, and by 7 p.m., William's dojo was packed. Everyone interested in martial arts came to watch. Before the main event, people were already dueling in the ring, buzzing with excitement. Dustin and Ruth were the first to arrive at the dojo. They found their seats and waited. "Rhys, what the hell are you doing here?" Dustin heard a familiar voice beside him. He turned to see Julie walking over with a group of young people. "I'm here." "Why the fuck wouldn't I be?" Dustin replied calmly. "Julie, who the hell is this?" asked a muscular man next to Julie. "Otto, this is my ex-cousin-in-law. My cousin dumped him because he's fucking useless," Julie said, looking down on Dustin. "Oh, I see," Otto said, looking at Dustin with a smirk. "With those skinny fucking arms and legs, no wonder no woman wants you. You're such a sissy." "If I'm a sissy, then what does that make you? A fucking chimpanzee?" Dustin replied calmly. The crowd gasped at Dustin's words and turned to look at Otto. With his hairy body and tan skin, he did resemble a chimpanzee, but they quickly shook off the thought. "Hey! What the hell do you mean? Otto is a good-looking guy. He doesn't look like a fucking chimpanzee at all," someone shouted. "Do you know who he is? He's the kickboxing champion of our city. Show some goddamn respect," another voice added. "That's right. Just look at you, Otto could easily fucking break you," the crowd chimed in, getting riled up. Otto frowned at Dustin's comment. You goddamn savage. Stop being so fucking smart. Let's settle this with a fight." "I'm not fucking interested," Dustin said, shaking his head. "Not interested? You must be fucking scared," Otto mocked. "Don't worry, I won't actually hurt you. We can learn from each other." Dustin stayed silent. Julia chimed in, "Rhys, why are you acting all goddamn tough? Are you afraid of Otto? You won't even fight him. I can fight you with one hand if you're scared. Or just use my goddamn legs. What do you say?" "I fucking dare you," Otto challenged. "What a fucking coward. He won't even fight Otto if it's just with his legs," someone yelled. "Exactly. What a fucking shame for us guys," another added. "Why don't you just act like a goddamn woman?" laughed a group of young people, as if they had heard the funniest joke. Chapter 233. Dustin stood in stunned silence as the crowd erupted into chaos. Where the fuck did these crazy people come from, he wondered. They howled and shouted like wild animals, creating a loud and frantic scene. "Ruth, who was sitting next to him, couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, enough of this goddamn bullshit," she shouted. Otto, nearby, noticed Ruth's beauty and his eyes sparkled with interest. He was clearly drawn to her striking looks. "Hey, gorgeous. You should really dump that coward. When danger comes, he'll be too busy saving his own goddamn ass," Otto teased. "Yeah. You should date someone like Otto. Just look at his muscles. You'd feel safe with him," the crowd chimed in, jeering. Ruth shot back with a scornful laugh, "He's so fucking tanned and ugly. Why would any woman want him? Watch your goddamn mouth, you little brat." Otto snapped, anger rising in him. "Fine. I'd probably take you down if you weren't a girl," he added, his frustration boiling over. The crowd grew more hostile in response to Ruth's comments. "Calm down, everyone. Let's not bother her. She's just a woman. We should be fucking gentlemen here," Otto said, raising his hand to stop the argument. He didn't want to lose his cool in front of someone as attractive as Ruth. Julie joined in, smirking at Dustin. "I thought you were hiding your true self, but it turns out you're just a fucking loser. You only pick fights with people weaker than you and rely on women to protect you. It's no wonder Dahlia dumped you," she scoffed, shaking her head with disdain. "She's right. He didn't even accept the challenge from Otto. What a fucking weakling," she thought. "Are you finished? If so, please just leave me the hell alone." "You're as annoying as a buzzing fucking fly," Dustin said, sticking his finger in his ear to block out her noise. Julie gritted her teeth in frustration. Her face turned red as she looked at Otto, acting playfully. "Otto, did you hear what he just said? He called me a fly. How could that bastard? Insolence. How dare you say that to my girlfriend? Apologize right fucking now, or don't blame me for being rude." Otto's expression changed. He had never liked Dustin, but now he had a perfect reason to confront him. He wanted to protect Julie. "Apologize? Do you really think you're fucking worthy of that?" Dustin sneered, looking at Otto like he was a fool. "You better give up before it's too late. I'll show you what a kickboxing champion can fucking do." Otto was furious. Without saying another word, he lunged at Dustin. He took a small step and jumped, getting ready to unleash his signature move, hot knees. The move was both powerful and smooth. If he aimed it just right, he could take down his opponent easily. It was the best goddamn move for a direct attack. "Wow, Otto is fucking amazing," someone in the crowd shouted. "Did you see that? That's Otto's master move. He's fucking unstoppable," another voice chimed in. "Stay away from him when he uses hot knees," someone warned. The crowd cheered for Otto as he started his attack. But in an instant, everything changed. While Otto was still in midair, Dustin struck him with a swift move, flipping him onto the ground. Otto crashed down hard, lying still as if he were knocked out. "Otto!" The crowd gasped in shock. They had never expected a kickboxing champion like Otto to be defeated so quickly in just one goddamn move. It was unbelievable. "How fucking weak," Dustin said, brushing off his hands as he sat down, finally feeling at ease. "Otto! Otto!" the crowd called out, concerned for their champion. A group of young people quickly rushed to help Otto after they saw what had happened. They tried to wake him up by gently slapping and pinching him. Chapter 234. After a bit of struggle, Otto slowly woke up. He had fallen face first and lost his front teeth, which made him look even more goddamn disheveled. "What the fuck happened?" he asked, shaking his head in confusion. He remembered feeling powerful just a moment before, enjoying his skills, but then weakness hit him, and he found himself on the goddamn floor. "Otto, you were knocked out by that guy just now," Julie said, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She had thought Otto would easily defend her, but instead, he was knocked out in an instant. Knocked out? Otto was surprised. He touched his aching face, a wave of anger surfacing. "No fucking way. I must have slipped and lost my balance. That little shit could never hurt me otherwise. His declaration drew nods from the crowd around him. That's right. With Otto's strength, he could have taken that guy down easily. It was just a goddamn moment of carelessness that let the guy sneak in and attack, someone shouted. Exactly. Otto must have been too slow to dodge, another voice chimed in. Everyone knew about Otto's strength and skills. After more than 10 years in professional kickboxing and winning several championships, his abilities were well recognized. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, he wouldn't have been taken down so goddamn quickly. Oh, just admit you fucking lost and move on. There's no point in making goddamn excuses. With your average martial arts skills, you wouldn't stand a chance against Dustin even if he only used one hand, Ruth said, rolling her eyes at him. She had never seen anyone so unwilling to accept defeat. Otto felt frustrated as he put on a brave face, even after being clearly defeated by his opponent. Hey! Don't fucking talk to me like that, he shot back, glaring. Everyone makes mistakes. Even the strongest horses stumble. You think that little shit is impressive? You think he's better than me? Fine. Let him fight me again, fair and goddamn square. I really want to see what he can do. Julie and the others quickly joined in. What he said. If you have the fucking guts, let Rhys fight Otto in the battle ring and see who's the real man. They all believed that Dustin had only won by luck. When it came to strength and skill, Otto was still the goddamn best. What? Are you too fucking scared to face me like a man? Otto taunted. As Dustin stayed silent, Otto's confidence grew. I knew it. That little bastard is all talk and no action. He'll never stand up to me. He only attacks when someone's back is turned. He's too much of a fucking coward to fight head-on. Typical of people like him, Otto continued. The room filled with disdain. The surprise they initially felt was replaced by contempt. To them, Dustin's silence was a clear sign of his fucking guilt. Look! The Harmons are here, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to see Natasha and her group entering from the left. The king of kicks, Mr. Wangley, Stefan, Jessica, and Quentin were with her too. No way. I didn't think they'd bring Mr. Chapman along today. Now that they did. Wow, they must really fucking want to win. Otto exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he spotted Stefan in the crowd. Who's Mr. Chapman? Is he a good fighter? Julie asked cautiously. He's much more than that, Otto replied. Mr. Chapman is the best of the best. He's one of the 100 Immortals, and it's goddamn hard to find anyone in Swinton who can match his skills. The best among the 100 Immortals? No wonder he stands out. The way he carries himself is truly goddamn impressive. A group of disciples watched Stefan intently, their eyes shining with respect. Anyone who made it into the 100 Immortals deserved every bit of goddamn admiration they received. Otto, do you know Mr. Chapman? Julie asked, intrigued. It was definitely an honor to know such a famous martial arts master in Swinton. Do I know him? I don't just know him, I had the chance to learn some goddamn tricks from him, and I'm still benefiting from those lessons today. Otto's pride was evident in his voice. Of course you did. Learning from Mr. Chapman is an amazing achievement. I'm fucking jealous. Julie said. No wonder you fight so well, Otto. The apple doesn't fall far from the goddamn tree, someone added. All the compliments made Otto feel quite fucking proud. While they were still chatting, Stefan suddenly approached them. Otto! Here comes Mr. Chapman. He seems to be walking toward you. Julie exclaimed with excitement. Quick! Get ready to welcome Mr. Chapman properly. Otto's face lit up. He quickly adjusted his clothes and joined the others in greeting Stefan. Mr. Chap he started, eager to impress. But unexpectedly, Stefan barely glanced at him. Instead, he sidestepped Otto and continued on his way. With a curious and surprised look, the amazed group watched as the famous master approached Dustin. He lifted his arms in a gesture of respect and said solemnly, Greetings, Mr. Rhys. Chapter 235. Mr. Rhys? Otto and his friends were shocked by Stefan's respectful behavior towards Dustin. They never expected the famous Mr. Chapman to come forward specifically for Dustin, much less greet him with such goddamn admiration. What the hell was going on? Mr. Chapman, it's been a while. Your skills seem to have improved, Dustin said, noticing the changes in Stefan right away. It's all thanks to the goddamn Gemafen you gave me, Stefan replied gratefully. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also helped me gain enough strength for a small breakthrough. Really? Then congratulations are in order, Dustin said with a slight smile. Mr. Rhys, I think you deserve a better seat than this. How about we move to the reserved seats for the Harmon family? Stefan suggested, still polite. Sure. This place is full of pests anyway. I'd prefer to be around goddamn people, Dustin agreed, accepting the offer. As they prepared to leave, Otto couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Chapman. What? Stefan turned, his expression suddenly cold. He treated Otto very differently than he had treated Dustin. Mr. Chapman, I'm Otto Marsh. We met before, and you gave me some advice too. Otto tried to change the situation to his advantage. I've given advice to many goddamn people. But I don't remember you at all, Stefan said dismissively before walking away. Otto froze, embarrassment washing over him. It was goddamn humiliating to have bragged for so long, only to be rejected so harshly. Who the hell is that kid anyway? How did he get to know Mr. Chapman? Someone in the crowd wondered. To me, Maximus Kane said confidently, a smirk on his face. Julie shook her head in disbelief. He looks like a spoiled fucking pretty boy, all because of Miss Harmon's influence. If it weren't for her, Mr. Chapman wouldn't even acknowledge someone like him. Otto nodded, his expression full of disdain. After all the fuss, he's just a leech living off the Harmon family's reputation. I can't believe I ever thought he was someone important. He sighed, relieved but still contemptuous. True strength, he believed, came from relying on oneself, not on goddamn others. Finally, come sit. Natasha called out when she spotted Dustin. She gestured for him to join her. Dustin didn't hesitate. He took his seat gracefully and warned, Boulder Thorn is well prepared this time. Be fucking cautious. Quentin, sitting beside Natasha, laughed. No need to worry. With the king of kicks on our side, victory is fucking guaranteed. Dustin smiled lightly but didn't respond further. As conversations buzzed around them, another group entered from the right passageway. At the front was a man in white, around 30 years old. His sharp eyebrows and commanding presence caught everyone's attention as they parted to let him through easily. This was Maximus Kane, the principal disciple of Mr. Williams, followed closely by Brody Williams and his entourage. Tension filled the air as the two groups faced each other. Miss Harmon, I admire your bravery in accepting my challenge, but today, victory will be fucking mine, Maximus declared, his confidence evident. None other than Boulder Thorn. Brody was the first to speak. Words don't fucking matter. Show me with your actions if you really believe that, Natasha replied, unimpressed. I will. Today's fight will be different, there will be no limits on the number of rounds or participants. The last person standing in the ring will be the winner. What do you think? I have no fucking objections to that, Natasha said, nodding. They both knew that to make this fight meaningful, they had to make the other side truly submit. Once they agreed, both sides began getting ready. Soon, the first match began. Boulder Thorn was the first to enter the ring. Their first contestant was a very large man. Every step he took made his loose flesh shake. The sight of him was quite fucking funny. As he climbed into the ring, he held a leg of roasted mutton in one hand, tearing into the meat with enthusiasm. Chapter 236. What the hell is going on with Boulder Thorn? Why would they send that big fucking guy on stage? With his size, he'll be out of breath after just a few steps. Can he even handle the battle royale? Quentin scoffed. Don't fucking underestimate him. If Boulder Thorn is sending him into the ring, He must have some goddamn special skills that could help them win. Which one of you wants to go first? Natasha asked the group. I'll take the first round, Miss Harmon, Stefan said as he stood up and walked into the battle ring. Among the three of them, he seemed the weakest, so it made sense for him to lead. If he could win the first match, he would set them up for success. Dustin, who do you think will win? Ruth asked, curious. It's hard to say. The big guy looks goddamn strange, but if Mr. Chapman can find his weak spots and attack, he might have a chance, Dustin replied. Come on. That's so goddamn narrow-minded. Quentin frowned. What right does he have to fight against Mr. Chapman? A few rounds of running around, and he'll be fucking done for. Dustin didn't argue. Instead, he focused intently on the battle ring. Meanwhile, in the ring, both fighters readied themselves as the referee climbed onto the stage. There are no fucking rules in this ring. Live or die, that's up to you. Surrendering, serious injuries, death, or being thrown out of the ring will mean you lose this round. Do you both understand? The referee waited for both contestants to nod before he threw his hands down. Let the goddamn games begin. With a loud shout, the energy in the ring shot up. I've heard so much about the talents trained by Mr. Williams. I'm excited to see them for myself today. Stefan saluted confidently and stepped forward to begin his first attack. His plan was to take control of the fight and wear his opponent out. The man he faced was huge, and his strength was obvious. Stefan knew that attacking him directly would not be wise if he wanted to survive in the ring. To stay safe, he needed to use his lighter body and the goddamn quickness that came with it. Stefan moved closer to his opponent but didn't strike head-on. Instead, he went around to the back of the big guy and slapped him on the back. The sound of the slap echoed, but the giant didn't budge. His body shook and wobbled, absorbing the force of Stefan's hit without even goddamn flinching. So, this is how it fucking is? Stefan thought, narrowing his eyes. But he didn't back down. He delivered two more sharp slaps, one to the giant's waist and the other to his back. Both hits landed on areas that should have been sensitive, but the thick layer of flesh and fat on his opponent protected him from feeling anything. To Stefan's surprise, the big man didn't react at all. He simply kept munching on a roasted mutton leg in one hand, completely ignoring Stefan's attempts to get his attention. Frustration started to build up inside Stefan. His hands turned into tight fists as he prepared for his next move. Stefan pounded his fists down rapidly, throwing a flurry of punches that were wild and relentless. Despite this, the chunkster kept devouring the mutton leg with the hunger of a starving man. Stefan's pride had taken a hit, and it quickly turned into intense anger. Fueled by rage, he kicked the mutton right out of the chunkster's hands and watched with satisfaction as the man turned to face him, looking stunned at first. Then, the chunkster let out a goddamn roar and charged at Stefan with surprising speed, moving like a frantic bear. In a moment of carelessness, Stefan collided with the chunkster, and he felt himself lift off the ground. As he soared through the air, the chunkster's head slammed into his chest, sending him flying even further, blood spilling from his mouth. Before he knew it, he found himself on the ground, thrown out of the battle ring without even having the goddamn chance to fight back. Chapter 237. How the fuck could this happen? Mr. Chapman lost? Quentin was in shock as he looked at Stefan's injuries and the blood he was coughing up from the attack. He never expected the large man to be so goddamn strong. Mr. Chapman couldn't match that kind of power. Who the hell is that big guy? Not even Mr. Chapman could get past his defenses, he said. Natasha's expression turned serious. She knew how skilled Stefan was. He was a martial artist who specialized in using internal energy, and his punches were powerful enough to break through fucking walls. Yet, Stefan hadn't been able to harm his opponent at all. Clearly, this man wasn't going to be defeated easily. If I'm not mistaken, he's Mr. Williams' second disciple. They call him Rotund Tiger, Mr. Wangley said, stroking his beard casually. This guy might seem simple-minded, but he has incredible goddamn talent in martial arts. His body is both tough and flexible, making it hard for anyone unfamiliar with his style to beat him. Mr. Wangley, can you take him on? Natasha asked. I can't promise a victory, but I believe I have an 80 to 90% chance of holding my goddamn own, Mr. Wangley replied proudly. Good. Please do your best, Mr. Wangley, Natasha nodded slightly. Mr. Wangley, the man's weakness is the top of his head. If you time your attacks right and seize the right moment, you might take him down with one strike. Dustin chimed in suddenly. It had only taken him one round to spot the opponent's vulnerable spots. If they wanted to win, it was fucking crucial to act quickly and smartly. Mr. Wangley was determined to strike where his opponent was weakest. This strategy would not only lead to an easy win for him but also ensure his overall victory. What? Are you fucking telling me what to do? Mr. Wangley glanced at Dustin, clearly annoyed. I'm just giving a friendly goddamn reminder, Dustin replied. A reminder? Do I look like I need your goddamn help? Mr. Wangley scoffed. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? Do you really think you're stronger than me? Dustin. Just be fucking quiet if you don't know what you're talking about. Does Mr. Wangley look like he needs your advice to win? It's about time someone put you in your place. Quentin said, sounding just as frustrated. If you don't believe me, that's your goddamn choice, Dustin shrugged. There was no use trying to convince them. He only meant to help, but since they didn't appreciate it, he wouldn't push any further. Little brat. Just watch and see how it's fucking done. Mr. Wangley said as he turned and leapt into the battle ring, leaving Dustin behind. He landed gracefully in front of a cheering crowd, who erupted with applause. Meanwhile, the chunkster in the audience ignored the excitement and continued to munch on a fallen mutton leg, seemingly unfazed. Young man, your adamantine shield is impressive, but tonight, you're up against me. It's only fate that you will become my stepping stone. Mr. Wangley declared confidently. Mr. Wangley stood confidently with his hands behind his back, a smug look on his face. Chunkster. Knock that old man out of the ring, and I'll treat you to a whole roasted lamb. Brody yelled from the crowd. Lamb, lamb. The chunkster's eyes brightened at the mention of food. He wasn't just facing a fighter, he was thinking about the delicious goddamn roasted lamb. Defeat you, eat lamb, he managed to say, struggling with his words before charging at Mr. Wangley like a car that wouldn't start. He aimed for a big hit. Ineffective fucking amateur. Mr. Wangley laughed, quickly springing onto the chunkster's back. Without missing a beat, he began to strike the pressure points on the chunkster's back repeatedly. The chunkster stumbled under Mr. Wangley's quick movements, swaying and almost losing his balance. Lamb. Meat. The chunkster was now impatient. He launched a wild attack, but Mr. Wangley was too clever to take it head-on. He ducked and dodged, throwing in some sneak attacks to keep his opponent off balance. Mr. Wangley was an expert at targeting pressure points. He believed that no matter how tough the chunkster seemed, he could find a way to bring him down by hitting those goddamn weak spots. His plan made sense, but as the fight went on, Mr. Wangley started to feel that something wasn't quite right. The chunkster's build was different, and his defenses were not like those of any opponent Mr. Wangley had faced before. He was already in too goddamn deep. Mr. Wangley had been struggling for a long time. The chunkster, though not impressive in appearance, was surprisingly tough. Mr. Wangley felt his energy draining as he tried to channel his internal power, leaving him exhausted. This is fucking impossible, he thought, feeling frustrated. From the audience, Natasha called out, Mr. Wangley. Aim for the top of his head. That's where he's goddamn weak. Mr. Wangley dismissed her advice. That little shit is just trying to confuse me, he thought, his face hardening. He didn't believe someone he had never met could know anything about his opponent's weaknesses. I need to end this fucking quickly, he realized. His energy was fading fast, and he couldn't afford to waste more time. With determination, Mr. Wangley lunged forward, aiming a punch at the chunkster's throat, which he believed to be vulnerable. If he hit his target, it would be a goddamn game changer. Gotcha, the chunkster grinned as he caught Mr. Wangley's wrist. Mr. Wangley's heart sank. Shit, he thought, realizing he was trapped in a situation he hadn't expected. He tried to pull back, but it was too goddamn late. Up you go, bellowed the huge fighter as he tossed Mr. Wangley into the air, spinning him around. After about 10 spins, he swatted Mr. Wangley down like a fly, sending him crashing to the ground. A loud boom echoed throughout the arena, shaking it for a moment. Mr. Wangley coughed up blood as he lay on the ground, his body convulsing before going completely still. He was badly hurt, likely with many broken bones from the fall. Mr. Wangley. Quentin jumped up, his face showing shock and a strange fear. Earlier, when Mr. Wangley had tried to take control, Quentin thought victory was close. He never expected the situation to turn against them like this. Quick! Get a goddamn doctor! Natasha ordered, her face serious as she signaled for someone to lift Mr. Wangley. Even Mr. Wangley couldn't beat this giant. Is he really fucking invincible? Ruth said, her brows knitted together in worry. Things looked fucking grim after losing 2 rounds in a row. Another great master from the Harmons has fallen. It seems their defeat is unavoidable. Otto shook his head. Exactly. Competing against Boulderthorn today was a sure way to bring fucking shame to themselves. Not even the Harmons can win against someone this strong. Julie said with a grin, enjoying the Harmons' misfortune, especially since she knew Dustin was connected to their family. I wouldn't be so fucking sure about that, a man suddenly chimed in from nearby. I heard the Harmons still have a big fucking trump card to turn this around. What trump card? Otto asked, curious. This secret weapon of theirs is none other than the warrior who is ranked 9th among the 100 Immortals, the King of Kicks. Chapter 238. The King of Kicks? The one who's ranked 9th on the 100 Immortals? Everyone gasped when they heard the name. The King of Kicks was well known, and being in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals meant he was an incredible fucking talent. With someone like the King of Kicks present, even a small guild would feel like a powerful goddamn force. Not even the Boulderthorn disciples could overshadow him. Wow! I can't believe the Harmons got the King of Kicks. They must be really fucking rich, someone exclaimed. With the King of Kicks on their side, the Harmons are sure to win this battle, another person added. He can take on every goddamn opponent here with ease, someone else chimed in. After the initial shock, the crowd began to look forward to the fight. They were excited to say they had seen the King of Kicks in action. Miss Harmon, your fighters don't seem very strong. Why not send in your best? Brody taunted, a smug look on his face after winning 2 rounds. Sir Cavalier, I'm counting on you, Natasha said, looking at the elder with a hawk-like nose. Humph. Didn't I fucking tell you not to waste my time? What are those 2 useless fighters doing here? He replied with disdain. His words annoyed Stefan and Mr. Wangley, who were resting nearby with injuries, but they knew better than to respond. Sir Cavalier, you're right. Those 2 can't match your level. They're just here to fill goddamn space, Quentin quickly agreed, trying to flatter the King of Kicks. Please, Sir Cavalier, Natasha said, wanting to move on. She pointed toward the battle ring. Fine. Since I'm getting paid, I'll take a goddamn stroll around the ring. He grinned and confidently stepped into the ring, causing a stir among the crowd. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Wow! Is that really the King of Kicks? Am I fucking dreaming? Someone exclaimed. This is surprising. The Harmons must have spent a goddamn lot to bring him here, another fan added. When one of the top 10 from the 100 Immortals steps into the ring, it's almost fucking unfair, isn't it? Someone else said. I thought the Harmons were going to lose, but now everything has fucking changed, another voice chimed in. The atmosphere in the guild was electric with the arrival of the King of Kicks. Even though this cost us a lot, it's worth it just for the goddamn surprise factor, Jessica said, a rare smile forming on her lips. That's right. Once the King of Kicks beats Mr. Williams' team, no one will dare mess with us again. Quentin nodded in agreement. Too bad the King of Kicks is a bit of a goddamn lone wolf. We won't be able to team up with him for long, Natasha said, shaking her head in disappointment. Oh, come on. Legends are unique and do things their own goddamn way. That's what makes them special. Quentin said, sounding like he knew everything. Natasha rolled her eyes and ignored him. Quiet, the elder with the hawk-like nose shouted as he stood in the ring. Once the audience settled down, he announced, I'm feeling unwell today, so I'm surrendering and forfeiting this match. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? He's giving up. That can't be. He's the king of kicks, ranked 9th on the 100 immortals. How can he quit because he's sick? Seriously? This isn't a real surrender. He must be up to something. The audience was shocked and confused. They didn't expect the king of kicks to give up before the fight even started. What the hell was going on? Was there something fishy happening? Why did he surrender? Jessica and her friends exchanged bewildered looks. The king of kicks had surprised everyone. Kicks had taken the payment but backed out before he could deliver his services. He had fucking crossed a line. Did he switch sides at the last minute? Dustin asked, narrowing his eyes in anger. He hadn't expected the king of kicks to pull such a goddamn stunt. Sir Cavalier. What the hell was that? Natasha exclaimed, standing up from her seat with a cold expression. She had agreed to participate in the battle because she thought he would be her secret weapon. His sudden change of heart had thrown her plans into chaos. Miss Harmon, you hired me for the battle, but you didn't say I had to win. Isn't it normal to get sick and give up? He replied with a half-smile. Sir. You are a respected figure in the martial arts world. Aren't you worried about being the laughingstock if you go back on your goddamn word? Natasha scolded him. The laughingstock? I am an honorable man. No one dares to joke about me. He looked around, and those who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads in respect. Sir Cavalier, I thought I had treated you well. Why the hell would you do this? Natasha frowned. She realized she had been tricked. The king of kicks had agreed to join the battle only to surrender at a crucial moment, leaving her blindsided. It felt like a goddamn harsh betrayal. Miss Harmon, I have no reason to hide the truth from you. The old man straightened his shirt and continued, I play fair and work for the highest bidder. This time, someone offered me more goddamn money. So, I can't help you. But if you're willing to pay more, I might reconsider. Are you fucking serious? Are you really going to raise the price now? Natasha asked, her eyes cold and piercing. Well, it's only fair to increase prices at the last minute during a deal, he replied, showing no goddamn remorse. You're fucking unbelievable. Natasha snapped, disgusted by the greed of the king of kicks, the very person she had hired with great effort. Miss Harmon, if you don't offer a higher price, I'll just fucking walk away, he warned, ready to leave. Wait. We'll do it. Jessica exclaimed, panic spreading across her face. If the king of kicks left, the Harmons would surely lose the competition. They had no choice but to accept his last-minute demand, even if it felt goddamn wrong. Sorry, but your response is too fucking late, he said with a smirk, turning to join the Boulderthorn Guild gang in front of everyone. The Harmons turned pale at the sight. Chapter 239. The Harmons were stunned to learn that the well-paid king of kicks had fucking deceived them instead of offering help. They felt lost and helpless in that moment. On the other hand, the Boulderthorn Guild was all goddamn smiles, completely different from the anger and frustration the Harmons were feeling. Ha ha ha, Miss Harmon, your family has lost 3 rounds. Does anyone else want to step into the ring? If not, we'll fucking declare victory. Brody sneered. Few knew that the king of kicks was actually a good friend of Mr. Williams. This betrayal was all part of a fucking plan to trap the Harmons. Oh no. Are the Harmons really leaving in defeat? Someone shouted. I was looking forward to an exciting battle tonight. Who knew it would turn into such a goddamn mess? Another person chimed in. At the end of the day, the Harmons fell into a trap. The king of kicks they tried so hard to recruit turned out to be a fucking traitor from the Boulderthorn Guild, someone else remarked. Strength wins. There's no fucking point in arguing. The Harmons are meant to lose, another voice called out. People were buzzing with gossip about the shocking turn of events. Some felt sorry for the Harmons, while others were secretly fucking pleased about their downfall. Natasha, your king of kicks is a goddamn fraud. What do we do now? Should we just accept defeat? Quentin asked, looking both puzzled and critical. Natasha bit her lip, unable to respond. The situation was spiraling out of her control, and she wondered if there was anyone who could turn things around. Miss Harmon, is anyone from your side going into the ring? If you don't have anyone else, just admit fucking defeat. Stop wasting time, Brody challenged her again. Yeah. Just concede. Don't waste our goddamn time, the Boulderthorn Guild members chanted, leaving the Harmons silent and upset. I'll go, a strong voice suddenly echoed through the guild. Everyone turned to see a handsome man stepping forward. It was Dustin Rhys. Ha! The people around him looked fucking confused. Rhys! Are you serious? How bold of you to join the battle! Quentin exclaimed, shocked but then chuckled at Dustin in disbelief. Dustin, stop fooling around. Even Mr. Wangley and the others couldn't handle the Boulderthorn Guild. What do you think you can do? You're risking your goddamn life. Jessica scolded, but her main concern was the reputation of the Harmons, not Dustin's safety. If he lost, it would hurt their family's honor. Dustin, you don't need to take this risk. If they want our stocks, we can just give them to them, Natasha said, worried for him. No amount of money was worth his life. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he replied with a smile. I won't give them our stocks, and I'll protect our goddamn reputation. With that, he stepped into the ring. He hadn't wanted to fight, but he had to after the King of Kicks switched sides at the last moment. Sis, are you really going to let him do this? Ruth asked, a bit worried. He's not reckless. If he's decided to fight, he must believe he can win, Natasha said, trying to sound brave. But her eyes showed her concern. Still, she had to trust him during this crucial time. Kiddo, are you on a fucking death wish? How dare you step into the ring? Brody laughed maniacally, looking at Dustin as if he were already a goner. He had been plotting revenge against Dustin, and now it felt too goddamn easy. Who is that? Maximus asked, confused. Max, that's the inventor of Immorchinol. Brody explained, she was the one who fucking slapped me this morning. Chapter 240. Oh, it's him, Maximus said with a cool smile. It's pretty fucking brave for a doctor to join the fight. Looks like the Harmons have run out of fighters. Dustin's arrival surprised everyone in the Boulderthorn Guild, including Julie and her group. Is he fucking crazy? He can't even beat me. What makes him think he can take on the Boulderthorn Masters? Marsh was stunned by Dustin's choice. Even Mr. Chapman had been badly beaten in the ring. How did someone like Dustin find the courage to step up? He just wants to show off at a time like this. That's fucking asking for trouble, Julie chuckled. She was eager to see Dustin get hurt on stage. You're right. Even Otto knows better than to show off at a serious event. That guy is on a goddamn suicide mission. The group of young people laughed at Dustin, thinking he was just seeking attention. A regular person shouldn't get involved in a master battle, one tiny mistake could be fucking deadly. Are you sure you want to fight for the Harmon family? A hawk-nosed elder asked in a threatening tone. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the guild heard him clearly. He made it clear that anyone representing the Harmons would be seen as an enemy. Well, at least I'm not as goddamn shameless as those who took the money and then backed out, stabbing others in the back. Dustin shot back fiercely. Even dogs are grateful to those who help them. I guess some people are worse than fucking animals. The audience gasped and whispered among themselves. They were already shocked by Dustin's presence on stage, but now they were even more taken aback by his boldness in mocking the King of Kicks. Was Dustin Rhys really playing with fire? You punk. Do you? Can you even hear what you're saying? The old man's face fell. Why? Can't handle the goddamn truth about your actions? You're just a greedy, dishonest, and ungrateful jerk, aren't you? Dustin mocked him. You have a fucking death wish. The old man glared at Dustin, but Maximus stepped in before he could react. Sir Cavalier, we can't break the battle rules. Save any personal grudges for after. You punk. I hope you make it out alive. The old man sneered, reluctantly taking his seat. Sir Cavalier, stay calm. That punk is going to be fucking history today. Brody laughed and yelled toward the ring. Chunkster, smash him. I'll give you 2 extra mutton legs if you take him down. Mutton leg. Mutton leg. Chunkster giggled, his eyes bright with excitement as he focused on Dustin. Before the referee even started the match, he charged at Dustin with incredible speed and energy, like a powerful goddamn tank. Compared to Chunkster, Dustin looked thin and fragile. That guy is going to get fucking crushed. Not even Mr. Chapman could beat Chunkster. Dustin Rhys is going to be minced meat in the ring, Otto said, chuckling with anticipation. He fucking deserves it for showing off, Julie said, crossing her arms as she waited for Dustin's downfall. Just when everyone thought this was a one-sided battle, Dustin suddenly sprang into action. He kicked off the ground and shot forward like a quick snake. As he got close to Chunkster, he leaped into the air and, with precision, tapped 2 fingers on the top of Chunkster's head. With a grunt, Chunkster. He immediately blacked out in the ring. His round body rolled forward, propelled by the force, and he traveled about 10 feet before finally stopping. Then, he fell off the platform with a loud thud. The audience gasped in shock, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Chapter 241. What the fuck just happened? Did the battle really end? The audience in the guild stared in shock at Chunkster, who lay on the ground, motionless. They exchanged glances, trying to process it all. Many had thought Dustin stood no goddamn chance, but the outcome had taken a surprising turn. To make it even more fucking astonishing, Dustin had only made 1 move throughout the entire battle. Wow! Did that guy actually fucking win? What just happened? Otto's eyes widened in disbelief. Dustin Rhys had defeated Chunkster, who had previously beaten Mr. Chapman. Did this mean Dustin was even fucking stronger than Mr. Chapman? No fucking way. That's impossible. He must have used some goddamn tricks. How else could he win so easily? Julie shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe what she had just witnessed. What just happened? Why did Chunkster fall after that one goddamn touch? Brody was confused. Chunkster's defense was usually impenetrable for everyone except Maximus and the King of Kicks. What clever goddamn tactic had Dustin used to win? He's impressive. He found Chunkster's goddamn weakness quickly, Maximus said, narrowing his eyes, clearly surprised. While the others didn't see the strategy, Maximus realized that Dustin had pinpointed Chunkster's weak spot and focused his attack there, leading to the unexpected victory. No wonder he was so confident. He came fucking ready, the hawk-nosed old man remarked. He would have respected Dustin's talent more if he had beaten Chunkster through skill alone, but he felt that Dustin's trick was cowardly. Yay! He won. Dustin, you're fucking amazing. After recovering from her shock, Ruth leaped up and down in excitement. What's so goddamn great about it? He owes his win to Mr. Wengele and Mr. Chapman for tiring out Chunkster. Without their help, he wouldn't have stood a chance, Quentin said, feeling a bit envious of Dustin's victory. In his eyes, Dustin had merely capitalized on others' efforts. Dustin managed to defeat his opponent, partly due to goddamn luck. Mr. Wengele, Mr. Rhys was right. Chunkster's weak spot is on top of his head, Stefan said, glancing at Mr. Wengele, who looked embarrassed and quiet as he recovered from his injury. The unexpected win excited the crowd. Many were confused and skeptical about Dustin's strategy, but he showed that the Harmons still had a chance to fight and win. Is that all the Boulderthorn disciples can fucking do? Dustin said proudly, a smug smile on his face. That arrogant bastard, someone shouted. How fucking dare you, another person yelled. "This is too goddamn much," came another voice. Hearing these insults, the Boulder Thorn gang jumped up in anger. They couldn't let anyone disrespect their goddamn guild. "Hey! You better calm the fuck down," Brody shouted, slapping the table and standing up in fury. "Enough talk. If you think you're tough, come at me," Dustin replied coolly, looking down at them. Just then, an elder with a hawk-like nose laughed menacingly. "Kid, do you really think you can impress us with a few amateur moves? If you don't believe me, come and fucking try," Dustin taunted, wiggling his fingers at the elder. "Fine. If you're looking for a fight, I'll give you one," the old man said, stepping into the ring. The crowd erupted with excitement. "Awesome! The King of Kicks is finally in the match. How the fuck can he challenge the King of Kicks? He must not know his goddamn limits. Either way, he's going to lose. At least he'll go down in style against the King of Kicks." "Humph. The King of Kicks is known for being fucking ruthless. He won't go easy on that goddamn kid," someone in the crowd whispered. The audience was buzzing about what was happening in the ring. Otto chuckled. "At least the punk will have an honorable death at the hands of the King of Kicks. He's too goddamn reckless. Does he really think he can call the shots after just one lucky win? Facing the King of Kicks is like staring death in the fucking face." Julie felt a bit of satisfaction watching Dustin, but she knew he was likely headed for trouble. That old man is the fucking worst. When he fought for the Harmons, he just gave up. Now he's against us. He's the definition of shameless. Ruth was frustrated. Just when the Harmons had a glimmer of hope, the King of Kicks showed up to ruin it. "There's no use talking about that. We should think about what we'll do after the goddamn loss," Quentin said, shaking his head. He clearly believed Dustin would be defeated. "Hey, little punk. I'll give you a chance to live. If you bow to me now, I'll spare you," the King of Kicks sneered from the ring. "Bow to you? You want me to bow to a fucking filthy animal? You don't deserve that," Dustin laughed. "You're brave, but you'll fucking regret it when you're facing death." The old man stepped forward, radiating intimidation. Most martial artists would have backed down, but Dustin stood his ground, unaffected by the pressure. "To avoid looking like I'm bullying you, I'll only make 3 moves. If you block them all, I'll consider you the winner," the old man said coldly. "Bring it the fuck on," Dustin replied confidently. "The first kick is aimed at destroying your fucking core." The fight was about to begin. With a snort, the old man launched his first kick. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving so fast that the crowd could barely see him. When he got close enough, he delivered a powerful kick to Dustin's abdomen. The force behind the kick was like that of a goddamn bullet, strong enough to pierce metal, let alone harm a person. However, Dustin just smiled and swayed to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The old man looked surprised when his kick missed. He had only used half of his strength, which usually made it impossible to dodge. "He's tougher than I thought. No wonder he's so goddamn bold," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. "But this is where it fucking ends." With that, he charged again, this time kicking with 80% of his strength, aiming for Dustin's head. He was sure that this time, Dustin would be defeated. But Dustin moved quickly, twisting his body just in time to escape the second kick. "Why are you moving so goddamn slowly? Are you starving?" Dustin taunted, looking at the old man as if he were a clown. His mocking gaze only fueled the old man's anger even more. Chapter 242. "You're fucking asking for trouble," shouted the King of Kicks, now fully determined to defeat his opponent. He jumped into the air and unleashed a flurry of flying kicks aimed right at Dustin. This time, he wasn't just attacking one at a time, his moves were wild and relentless, leaving no fucking room for escape. "Let's see how you dodge this," he cackled as his kicks came faster and covered a wider area. But Dustin stood his ground, unafraid. "It's clear who's going to fucking win," Maximus said, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. At first, he was impressed by Dustin's agility, but it didn't seem enough to match the King of Kicks. No amount of quick moves could protect Dustin from the King's powerful and random strikes. Faced with true talent, Dustin's tricks appeared fucking useless. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the ring. The King of Kicks' flying legs disappeared, and instead, he found himself stopped mid-kick, his leg pinned right beside Dustin's ear. But this wasn't an act of mercy. Dustin had firmly grabbed his leg, locking him in place. "Did I ever say I'd dodge your goddamn attacks?" Dustin grinned, holding onto the King of Kicks' leg. Did he just fucking block that kick? Maximus, who had been about to leave, froze in shock. He never expected anyone to stop a full-strength attack from the King of Kicks, but Dustin seemed to have done just that with ease. Maximus was confused. Had the King of Kicks held back, or did he underestimate Dustin's fucking strength? How is that fucking possible? "How did you block that move?" the old man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He knew he had given it his all. While the kick wasn't his most powerful move, it should have been enough to defeat most fighters. Dustin was shocked to see the old man holding his powerful leg with just one hand. It was such a strange sight that he couldn't understand what the fuck was happening. "Is there anything great about that goddamn kick of yours? It's so weak that even a 3-year-old could block it," Dustin said, looking completely unfazed. "That's goddamn nonsense." The old man was furious. He jumped into the air, ready to strike again with all his might. "Hey! You've already used your 3 moves. You fucking lost." Ruth shouted at the old man, but he ignored her. He aimed to hit Dustin on the head, confident that this time Dustin wouldn't be able to stop him. "You never fucking learn, do you?" Dustin scoffed. He raised his arm and blocked the kick without even flinching. The impact created a loud noise, and an invisible shockwave spread through the area, stirring up strong winds. Dustin remained firmly planted on the ground, looking calm and unhurt, though cracks appeared beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the old man pressed his leg down on Dustin's arm, trying with all his fucking strength to push him to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, Dustin's arm stayed still as if it were made of goddamn metal. "Is that all you fucking got?" Dustin raised an eyebrow, looking unimpressed. "Is this really all the King of Kicks can do?" "No. This can't be. How could you block that fucking attack? You aren't even ranked in the 100 Immortals." The old man's face showed pure shock. He believed Dustin wasn't ranked because he had fought against the top 10. "The 100 Immortals?" Dustin chuckled softly. "Let me share a fucking secret. I made it to the Heavenly Immortals 10 goddamn years ago." "The Heavenly Immortals?" The old man was left speechless. The Heavenly Immortals were far above the 100 Immortals, and those on that list were the best of the best. It seemed unbelievable that a young man like Dustin could be on that list. The martial artists who reached the Heavenly Immortals were considered fucking divine, at the very least. "No! That's fucking impossible. You must be lying," the old man shouted in disbelief. It was unusual to meet anyone ranked among the Heavenly Immortals, and someone of that caliber wouldn't be living in a small town like Swinton. "Watch out for my Phoenix kick," the old man exclaimed as he jumped into the air, kicking off the ground. He unleashed a flurry of kicks that created shadows around him, launching a wild attack on Dustin. "All show and no goddamn go," Dustin replied with a smirk. He delivered a powerful punch to the old man's foot. With a loud crash, the old man was sent flying like a soccer ball. He hit the ground hard beneath the ring, bleeding from his face and with broken legs. The crowd fell silent at the sight of the defeated King of Kicks lying on the ground. People stared in shock, unable to believe that the King of Kicks, who was in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals, had lost so quickly and unexpectedly. Some spectators were still trying to process what the fuck had just happened. What was even more surprising was that Dustin had only attacked once during the fight, aside from his defensive moves and dodging. This realization sent chills through the crowd. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have laughed at the idea of the King of Kicks losing to an unknown young man. Brody felt lost. His mind was blank as he tried to process what had just happened. He even wondered if the King of Kicks had faked his goddamn defeat. My lord! Where the hell did that guy come from? Otto gasped. His earlier disrespect for Dustin turned into shock and fear. Dustin's victory over the King of Kicks showed just how skilled he really was. Thinking about how he had teased Dustin before filled Otto with dread. Thankfully, it seemed Dustin hadn't taken it too seriously. Otherwise, Otto could have been in serious goddamn trouble. Impossible! Julie exclaimed, still in disbelief. He's just a nobody. How could he become so fucking powerful? She couldn't accept that Dustin was capable of such impressive moves. The only explanation that made sense to her was that both men were just pretending. Maybe the King of Kicks had been paid off by Dustin to lose. Yes, that had to be it. Huh. He won. We fucking won. Ruth cheered, jumping with excitement. She proudly pointed to the ring and said, "See that? That's my goddamn brother-in-law. Isn't he amazing? Wait, he won. How the hell did he do that?" Quentin stared in shock, his eyes wide. "I never thought he had such fucking talent," Jessica said, impressed. "Since he beat the King of Kicks, I think he could be among the top 8 in the 100 Immortals." She realized she had underestimated Dustin. "He's my goddamn man. So fucking impressive." Natasha beamed, her eyes sparkling with affection. She started to wonder about Dustin's true background. Chapter 243. In the ring, Dustin stood tall with his hands behind his back, looking strong and confident. He was no longer hiding his abilities and openly displayed his true power. Everyone around him avoided his gaze, especially after he had defeated the King of Kicks with just a single move. "Wow! The Harmons really have a monster," Maximus said, narrowing his eyes. He respected Dustin's strength. Even Maximus knew how difficult it was to defeat the King of Kicks in a fair fight. "Weakling." Dustin brushed some dust off his sleeve and coolly asked, "Next?" The Boulder Thorn disciples exchanged nervous glances. They all knew they were no match for Dustin, especially after witnessing his recent victory. "What should we do, Max?" "That guy is trouble," Brody said, clenching his teeth in frustration. "I guess I'll have to step up," Maximus replied slowly, his eyes shining with excitement. He hadn't planned to fight when he arrived, assuming the battle would be easy. But Dustin's strength had surprised him and sparked his interest. Maximus wasn't in martial arts for fame or money, he pursued excellence in swordsmanship. Facing a strong opponent always thrilled him. "Max, are you sure you can beat him?" Brody asked cautiously. "I wouldn't stand a chance barehanded, but I'm confident I can win with a sword," Maximus answered calmly. "Awesome. Go for it, Max. We need to deal with him quickly," Brody said with a smirk. Maximus was a rare swordsmanship genius, ranked 6th among the 100 Immortals before the age of 30. He was far superior to the King of Kicks. Maximus was famous for his extraordinary martial skills, especially with the sword. Brody's father had once predicted that Maximus would become a divine-level figure within 3 years, entering the ranks of the Heavenly Immortals. "What's going on? Is there no one else from Boulder Thorn?" Dustin asked, scanning the crowd sharply. "I'll go," Maximus shouted as he leapt into the air. As he landed, he lightly tapped a spectator's shoulder before springing back up with astonishing agility. His movements were elegant and fluid, causing the women in the guild to gasp, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow! He's so cool," one exclaimed. "A man in white, he's totally my type," another added. Maximus was not only handsome but also carried himself like a true knight. "Who are you?" Dustin asked, examining him carefully from head to toe. "I'm Maximus Kane, a disciple of Boulder Thorn." "I'm here for experience," Maximus replied, bowing politely. His introduction immediately caused a stir. "Maximus Kane? Isn't he ranked 6th among the 100 Immortals?" someone asked. "Yes. He's the famous Lightning Blade from Balerno. I've seen him fight before," another said excitedly. "Oh damn. It's Maximus' lightning blade cane. I heard his sword strikes faster than lightning, and he's never lost since becoming famous. This is going to be intense. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Everyone knew Maximus was far stronger than the King of Kicks, who was ranked 9th. Even a difference of 3 places in the top 10 was enormous. Once a martial artist entered the top 10, advancing further was extremely difficult. The top 5 positions almost never changed throughout the year. Ah, finally, a decent opponent, Dustin said with a grin, waving his hand. Please, go ahead. Wait a moment, Maximus said seriously. I specialize in swordsmanship. Can we make this an armed fight? What? You can't just change the rules. Ruth immediately protested, her face filled with anger. Everyone knew the difference between a barehanded fight and a weapon battle was massive. An average fighter with a weapon could overwhelm several opponents, especially someone like Maximus' lightning blade cane. Why? Scared he'll lose to Max? Brody sneered. If you're afraid, just admit defeat now and stop wasting everyone's time. We're not afraid. You're the ones violating the martial code. Ruth snapped back. That's bullshit. We never banned weapons. Why not let Rhys use one too? Brody laughed coldly. Ruth trembled with rage, unable to speak. Fine. Use a weapon if you want. It makes no difference to me, Dustin said casually, agreeing without hesitation. This only angered Ruth further, as it completely undermined her attempt to keep things fair. Thank you, Maximus said with a slight bow as he drew his sword from the sheath on his back. My sword is 3 feet 6 inches long, forged from deep iron. It has been with me for 5 years and can cut through nearly anything. Come, Dustin said, waving his hand. Where's your weapon? Maximus asked, raising an eyebrow. My hands are enough, Dustin replied confidently. Are you serious? Maximus squinted, convinced Dustin was skilled but dangerously arrogant. Blocking a sword with bare hands was pure insanity. Of course. I'll give you a chance if you can even scratch me, Dustin said impatiently. Move. Fine. Without hesitation, Maximus charged forward, sword flashing. As he closed the distance, he thrust straight at Dustin's throat. The blade gleamed, whipping up violent gusts of wind. What a move, many martial artists gasped. The sword was so fast and sharp that its edge blurred with its shadow. Even experts wouldn't dare face it without protection. Yet Dustin remained perfectly still. That guy's insane. Why isn't he dodging? Someone whispered. Does he think beating the King of Kicks makes him invincible? Maximus is on another level, another muttered. Exactly. There's a massive gap within the top 10. Underestimating Maximus is basically suicide. Then, clang. The sword suddenly stopped. The blade hovered less than an inch from Dustin's throat. The crowd froze. Their faces drained of color when they realized Dustin had caught the sword between 2 fingers. Chapter 244. Ha! Maximus's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Dustin to stop his sword barehanded. He had clearly underestimated him. Instead of fear, excitement surged through Maximus. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Return! Maximus commanded. With a flick of his hand, the sword tore free and flew back to him like a living serpent. Oh? Dustin was briefly surprised. Even while suppressing his power, he recognized the skill required to retrieve a weapon like that. Watch closely. I'll show you my illusory sword technique. Maximus shouted. In an instant, he slashed again. The sword multiplied into hundreds of shimmering blades, filling a 10-meter radius. The air twisted into a deadly web of steel, making it impossible to distinguish illusion from reality. It's the illusory sword technique, someone screamed. No one has ever survived that. He's finished, another shouted. Kill him. Kill him, voices erupted from the crowd, the atmosphere turning wild and bloodthirsty. Suddenly, Dustin vanished. Both fighters disappeared inside the storm of blades, leaving only dazzling sword illusions spinning wildly. The audience stared in silence, hearts pounding, desperate to follow the movements inside the chaos. Dustin had already fought Mr. Williams' entire team alone. He had defeated 2 top-ranked masters of the 100 Immortals. Even if he lost here, his performance was already legendary. 3 minutes later, the sound of clashing metal echoed. The illusion shattered. A battered figure staggered to the edge of the ring. It was Maximus. Dustin stood calmly at the center, untouched. What happened? Who won? Whispers spread rapidly. Both men looked unharmed, yet one was composed while the other looked shaken. After a long silence, Maximus bowed deeply. Sir, your skill is beyond mine. I concede. The crowd exploded in shock. Neither fighter appeared injured. No decisive blow had been seen. So why did Maximus surrender? Max! What the hell are you saying? Boulder Thorn disciples never surrender. Finish him. Brody roared. Shut up. Maximus snapped back coldly. Knowing when you've lost isn't shameful. Refusing to accept reality is. The crowd didn't understand. But Maximus did. Chapter 245. Maximus watched in awe as Dustin effortlessly used the illusory sword technique. No matter how hard Maximus tried, even using all his strength and executing every move perfectly, he couldn't touch Dustin. Dustin only defended against Maximus's attacks with one hand, demonstrating his vast superiority. You've mastered the illusory sword technique, but there are 3 flaws, Dustin said calmly. He respected Maximus for being humble, otherwise, he might have knocked him out of the ring. What flaws? Maximus asked, frowning. The 3rd move, the 9th move, and the 26th move, Dustin replied, ensuring Maximus understood. The mistakes you made in those moves are very subtle. An average martial artist might not notice them, but they could put you at a serious disadvantage against a true master. That can't be. I've practiced this technique for years. How could there be such serious flaws? Maximus shook his head in disbelief. You've spent a long time practicing, but the flaws remain. I believe your mentor didn't teach you the complete form. He likely withheld crucial parts of those 3 moves. They are pivotal, omitting them jeopardizes you. Why would he do that? You need to be careful, Dustin said, lowering his voice so only Maximus could hear. Maximus was shocked. That's bullshit. My mentor thinks of me as a son. He would never endanger me. I've said enough. Believe what you want, Dustin shrugged and fell silent. He offered this advice only because he saw potential in Maximus. Dustin watched as Maximus confidently left the ring, declaring, "We lost today. We will not speak of Immortal again. Farewell." Ruth jumped up excitedly. He won. The Harmons won again, she squealed. It was a significant victory, as even Maximus, ranked 6th among the 100 Immortals, had conceded defeat to Dustin. Brody, humiliated, shot Dustin a glare. You little shit. This isn't over. He quickly left with his entourage, their spirits broken. Their supposedly foolproof plan had crumbled against such a formidable opponent. What fucking luck. Otto, are we in trouble? The young men and women who had mocked Dustin earlier now looked terrified as they watched him stand victorious in the ring. Damn. He's a monster. We need to get the hell out of here. Otto said, drenched in cold sweat. He knew he stood no chance against Dustin, especially after seeing him defeat both the King of Kicks and Maximus, Lightning Blade, Kane. As Dustin stepped out of the ring, a group of martial artists quickly surrounded him. Young man, congratulations on your victory. I am the leader of Humming Hill. Would you consider joining us as a consultant? We offer excellent pay and benefits, one man said eagerly. Another chimed in, Humming Hill? That pathetic little guild? You should come with us to the Valley of Joy. We have beautiful women and abundant resources. You'll love it there. Then, a third voice called out, "I am the Falcon King of Glenstead, and I have a lovely granddaughter. If you're interested, I'll offer you her hand in marriage." Dustin was left speechless by the barrage of greedy offers. Dustin felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. His impressive victories had made him a sensation, and he reminded himself to stay low-key from now on. Suddenly, Natasha pushed her way through the crowd with her friends. She grabbed Dustin's arm and announced, "Let everyone know he's my husband. If any of you were thinking of matchmaking, forget it." Then, she kissed him on the cheek, making his face turn bright red. Her bold gesture was somewhat embarrassing with so many people watching. "Come on, darling," she said, ignoring the stares as she proudly led Dustin out of the guild. The battle had been full of surprises, but it ended in victory for the Harmon family. From that day on, Dustin became a rising star in Balerno's martial arts world. After defeating Maximus, he assumed his opponent's ranking and proudly placed 6th on the 100 Immortals list, a remarkable achievement for a newcomer. Chapter 246. After the battle, Dustin, Natasha, and some members of the Harmon family had dinner together. It was midnight when Dustin returned to the medical center, which was still brightly lit. As he entered, he spotted the beautiful Dahlia Nicholson happily chatting with Caitlin Lawler. At that moment, she seemed more relaxed than her usual icy self. "Mr. Rhys, you're back," Caitlin said, standing up to greet him. "Why don't you talk to Ms. Nicholson while I serve dinner?" "It's all right. I already ate," he replied with a smile and turned to Dahlia. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to thank you," she said, giving him a rare smile. "If you hadn't saved me yesterday, I would have been in deep trouble. I never thought Matt Laney was a fraud." "You're welcome. I would help anyone in that situation," he said flatly. "Why? Are you still upset?" Her voice softened. "My mother acted rashly. It was a misunderstanding, and I apologize on her behalf." "We are truly sorry." Dustin was surprised by her apology. Dahlia was not one to back down, so it was unusual for her to apologize. But he felt it was too late. No apology needed. "I've been misunderstood before." "It doesn't bother me," he shrugged, showing indifference. "Dustin, I know you've been treated unfairly and have had a tough time. I promise I won't treat you poorly again," she said, looking serious. "What?" "That came out of nowhere," he replied, looking at her curiously. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and said, "Come home with me. Are you feeling all right?" His body froze at her question, and a mix of emotions filled his eyes. If Dahlia had asked him this earlier, he would have agreed without hesitation. But after all he had been through, he felt exhausted, wary of being hurt again, and had decided to move on. Even though he still cared for her, he didn't want to relive the past, a time filled with silent pain. "I know this is sudden. You don't have to answer right now," Dahlia said with a bright smile. "I've made up my mind. From now on, I'm taking back what's mine. Even if it means battling Natasha Harmon, I won't back down. You know me, once I set my mind to something, I don't give up." He was taken aback by the determination on her face. "Have you been drinking tonight?" Dahlia usually kept her distance and rarely showed such boldness. What had gotten into her? "I'm not drunk. I'm completely sober. When you get a chance, tell Natasha I'm ready for a fair fight. Let's see who wins." With that, she stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed him on the lips. Then, she confidently walked out of the medical center, though her flushed face betrayed her true feelings. Dustin stood frozen, the taste of her lips lingering. Had he just been ambushed? Since when did Dahlia know how to flirt? He wondered if all women were this unpredictable. "Mr. Rhys, if you can't pass that message to Ms. Harmon, I can help," Caitlin said, her face red with embarrassment as she fiddled with her shirt. The scene felt like something from a drama. "Don't talk nonsense. Go to bed." He shot her a glare, and she stuck her tongue out at him before scurrying away. Later, as Dustin was in the guest room, a small voice called out timidly, "Mr. Rhys, which one of them do you love?" "Hey, you little rascal. Why are you always asking such questions? He grabbed a duster playfully, pretending to chase her, and she quickly ducked back into her room, frightened. After a restless night, Dustin woke up early the next morning. He couldn't shake the memory of the kiss from the day before and tossed and turned in bed, feeling agitated. "Oh, Dahlia, why did you have to appear out of nowhere and mess with my head?" he thought to himself. Chapter 247. Dustin thought Dahlia must have had nothing better to do. He shook his head, washed up, and opened the door of the medical center as he did every morning. As the door creaked open, a blood-soaked figure suddenly collapsed onto the floor. It was a man dressed in white, his entire body drenched in blood. A broken sword was strapped to his back, and it was obvious he had been unconscious for some time. Dustin rushed forward to check on him and quickly recognized the man. "It's Maximus Kane," he muttered. "I don't remember injuring him yesterday, did I?" He rubbed his chin in confusion. Maximus was ranked 6th among the 100 Immortals, a top-tier expert in the small city of Swinton. How could someone like him end up in such a miserable state? "Consider yourself lucky," Dustin muttered as he carried Maximus into the medical center. He couldn't just leave a dying man bleeding at his doorstep. Maximus had numerous external wounds, which were easy enough to bandage. However, the real problem lay deeper. His nerves were severely damaged, and even his core energy had been affected. Whoever attacked him clearly intended to cripple him permanently. Fortunately, years of martial arts training had given Maximus a solid foundation, preventing complete destruction. With Dustin's medical expertise, he was confident Maximus could recover within a few weeks. Dustin administered an injection first, followed by medicine. About 30 minutes later, Maximus slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Dustin asked casually. Did you save me?" Maximus asked, clearly surprised. The injuries he suffered the previous night had been severe. He remembered stumbling through the streets in pain, finding a medical center, and collapsing just as he tried to knock on the door. "Who else would it be?" Dustin replied bluntly. "Do you see anyone else here?" "Thank you," Maximus said, struggling to sit up so he could bow. Dustin immediately pressed him back onto the bed. "That's enough. Stop moving. You're half dead." Even when he's on the brink of death, he's still obsessed with manners, Dustin thought. What the hell is wrong with this guy? "You're skilled. So how did you end up like this?" Dustin asked. Maximus clenched his teeth, hesitating. "It's fine. If you don't want to talk about it, don't," Dustin added, waving his hand as he turned to leave. "I'm not that curious." "Wait," Maximus took a deep breath. "You were right yesterday. I made 3 major mistakes in my illusory sword technique." "Oh?" Dustin paused, surprised. "You ran into someone that strong already?" "It wasn't just anyone," Maximus said darkly. "It was my mentor, Luther Williams." "Your mentor?" Dustin frowned. "Why would he do this to you?" "Because I caught him fucking my female ment," Maximus said through clenched teeth, rage burning in his eyes. "After losing yesterday, I went back to ask him about my mistakes. Instead, I found him in bed with her. I kicked the door open and confronted him on the spot." Humiliation and fury surged through Maximus as he recalled the scene. He had been forced to fight his own mentor. Luther attacked him without hesitation, sword in hand. Maximus had believed that even if he couldn't win, he could at least defend himself with his sword skills. He was wrong. During the fight, he realized how naive he had been. Luther exploited every flaw in his technique, especially the 3rd, 9th, and 26th moves. In that moment, Maximus understood the truth. Luther had never cared about him. He had been nothing more than a disposable tool. Every mistake Maximus made had been deliberately nurtured, kept as a weakness for Luther to exploit whenever necessary. Tears welled in Maximus's eyes. He had always seen Luther as a father figure. Realizing that the kind, dignified old man was nothing but a hypocritical piece of shit shattered him completely. Dustin shook his head. "What can I say? You picked a bastard for a mentor. Sadly, stories like this were far too common in the martial world. Mentors betraying disciples, disciples turning on mentors, greed and lust corrupted everything. I wouldn't even mind being used, Maximus continued hoarsely. If he needed me to risk my life, I would have done it. But why did he have to touch her? His voice trembled. She's my fiancée. In a burst of rage, Maximus slammed his fist into the wall, punching a hole straight through it. Dustin was stunned. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Chapter 248. Dustin felt a rare pang of sympathy as he looked into Maximus's tear-filled eyes. The man hadn't just been betrayed by his mentor, he had lost his fiancée as well. No one deserved that kind of pain. It was hard to believe that the second-in-command of Boulder Thorn could be such a vile, shameless piece of trash. For now, focus on healing, Dustin said calmly, patting Maximus on the shoulder. Once you recover, you can take back everything that was stolen from you. Maximus let out a bitter laugh. Recover? My core is shattered. My nerves are ruined. Without internal energy, I can't get revenge. I'm useless. His fists clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. Who said you're useless? Dustin replied flatly. I can fix you. Maximus froze. What did you just say? I can heal your injuries and restore your core, Dustin repeated. You're serious? Maximus stared at him in disbelief. You're not fucking with me. Your core is damaged, not destroyed. There's still hope, Dustin said calmly. Healing your nerves is even easier. Follow my treatment, and you'll recover fully in 10 days. Hope exploded in Maximus's chest. He bowed repeatedly. If you heal me, my life is yours. I'll do anything, climb mountains, cross oceans, kill whoever you tell me to kill. That's enough, Dustin said, pulling him up. I'm not a lunatic. Why would I send you to die? He continued, you collapsing at my doorstep wasn't coincidence. It was fate. Rest for now. Don't circulate your internal energy for the next 2 days. Thank you. You're my savior. Maximus bowed again and again. Dustin ignored the dramatics and handed Caitlin a prescription, instructing her to prepare the medicine on schedule. Suddenly. Bang! A loud crash echoed from outside. They rushed out to see 2 cars had collided, a red BMW and a white Honda. The BMW had clearly reversed into the Honda, flipping it onto its side. Both vehicles were badly damaged, debris scattered everywhere. Help! Someone help my daughter, a woman in white staggered out of the Honda, bleeding and panicked. Inside the wreckage, a little girl, no more than 8 years old, lay unconscious. A sharp object had pierced her abdomen. The woman screamed helplessly, trying to open the door, but it was bent shut. Shit, Dustin cursed, sprinting over. Smoke began to billow from the overturned car. I'll handle it, Dustin said. He grabbed the door and ripped it off entirely, shocking everyone nearby. He unbuckled the girl, lifted her out carefully, and laid her on the ground. She had head trauma, multiple fractures, and massive blood loss. This is critical, someone shouted. Call an ambulance. There's no time, Dustin said coldly. I'm a doctor. He pulled out a gold needle. At that moment, 2 women emerged from the red BMW. The older one, Jane Engleton, was a fat woman in her 50s, dripping with jewelry. Her daughter stood beside her, young, fashionable, and arrogant. Are you fucking blind? Jane screamed at the woman in white. Do you know how much my car costs? $1 million. Brand new. She continued shrieking, you turned it into scrap. If you don't pay, I'll make sure your entire family ends up in prison. The woman in white trembled. I'm sorry. I didn't see your car. Sorry? Jane sneered. You think sorry fixes shit? Pay me $800,000 to $1 million right now, or you're done. I don't have that kind of money, the woman cried. I don't care. Sell your house, sell your organs, figure it out. Jane barked. Dustin finally snapped. You shameless bitch. You reversed into her car. You caused the accident. How the hell do you have the nerve to extort the victim? The crowd murmured as they examined the scene. It was obvious, the BMW was at fault. That's bullshit. Jane yelled. So what if I reversed? People like her don't matter. Even if she died, she'd deserve it. The crowd gasped in horror. Chapter 249. Hey, you're being unreasonable, someone shouted. Right? How can she scold us when she's the one at fault? I've never seen anyone as outrageous as her. Enough talking. Let's report her to the police. The crowd was angry at Jane's arrogance and pointed fingers at her. Shut up. All of you. Jane yelled, hands on her hips. Do you know we're the Nicholsons from Glenstead? Even your mayor respects us, so you worthless people better watch what you say. Keep it up, and I'll have you arrested. The crowd fell silent. No one wanted to anger the famous Nicholson family from Glenstead. Mom, just ignore those peasants. Look at this. I'm hurt. Dakota Nicholson, Jane's daughter, suddenly spoke up, pressing her hand against a wound and wincing. Are you hurt? Let me see. Jane's face dropped as she rushed to check Dakota's injury. Oh no, it's bleeding. This is bad. Her face turned pale as she scanned the crowd until she spotted Dustin. Hey, you're a doctor, right? Please check my daughter. She's hurt. Anyone would think Dakota had a serious illness judging by how worried Jane looked. She's fine. It's just a scrape on the elbow, Dustin replied, glancing at Dakota's injury before turning away. What do you mean, just a scrape? Jane said, clearly annoyed. My precious daughter has never been hurt like this before. It's a big wound. We need to be careful. What if it gets infected? If you're worried about infection, just buy a Band-Aid at the pharmacy next door. If you keep hesitating, the wound will heal on its own. Dustin mocked Jane, saying, you'll get to it in time. He thought she was being ridiculous over a small wound. What did you just say? How can you ignore my daughter's injury when you're a doctor? Are you even human, you asshole? Jane was furious. Ever since she married into the wealthy Nicholson family, no one had ever denied her requests. I have to prioritize. This girl is fighting for her life. Your daughter's wound is nothing compared to hers. Dustin replied firmly. How dare you compare that peasant to my daughter? Jane shot back with a fierce glare. Dakota is a Nicholson, she's important and precious. You can't compare her to a commoner. Yeah. She's just a nobody. If she dies today, it's just her bad luck. Dakota, full of arrogance, stood tall over them. Treat my wound now. It's an order. If I get a scar from this, I will make you pay. Are you even human? No one talks like that, Dustin said. Is a life worth less than your tiny scrape? Someone in the crowd shouted back, anger rising. What's happening? Are you challenging me? How dare you speak to the Nicholson family like that? Who wants to be the hero here? Jane hissed, while the onlookers held back their anger at her arrogance. Ordinary people often felt powerless against the wealthy. Madam, my daughter is in a critical condition. Please let her get treatment. I'm begging you. A woman in white dropped to the ground, tears in her eyes. Enough. I don't care. My daughter needs to be treated first. Jane stood her ground. Are you deaf? Do you hear what my mom said? Dakota kicked at Dustin but was furious when he didn't react. So, you're refusing to help? Treat my wound. Great. Don't bother trying to save anyone today. With that, Dakota walked over to the young girl and pulled out the gold needle. Once the needle was out, the girl started bleeding heavily again, and her face grew pale. Dustin frowned and turned around, his eyes filled with anger. Do you know what you're doing? You could kill someone by pulling out that needle without thinking. So what? You can't save anyone without my permission, Dakota said, crossing her arms defiantly. Jane joined in with the same attitude. That's right. If you don't treat my daughter's wound, you won't get to save that useless commoner. Please, show mercy and stop making it hard for the doctor. I beg you. The woman in white knelt down and pleaded with the Nicholsons, hitting her head against the ground. She knew she couldn't afford to upset the wealthy, all she wanted was to keep her daughter safe. Mess around again, and I won't go easy on you next time. Dustin warned Dakota. She scoffed. Oh. You have some guts, don't you? Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? You told me not to touch anything. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. As she spoke, she tried to remove the needle again. Get lost. Furious, Dustin slapped her across the face. She yelped as she flew back, rolling on the ground when she landed. Her skin was red and swollen, and she lost a few of her dental laminates in the process. Wow! That doctor is crazy. How could he slap a Nicholson? Being hot-headed is one thing, offending the Nicholsons is another. He could get in big trouble for this, the crowd murmured, casting sympathetic looks at Dustin. How dare you hit me? Dakota got up from the ground, still in shock. Dakota felt dizzy and completely confused by Dustin's actions. Since she was a little girl, everyone had treated her like a princess. She had never been hit before, especially not in public. So what? Don't you deserve a slap for being rude? Dustin said, looking angry. How dare you hit my daughter? I'm going to fight you. After getting over her shock, Jane's anger took over, and she charged at Dustin. He simply slapped her, and she fell to the ground. Both Jane and Dakota lay flat on the floor. Chapter 250. Mom! Are you okay? Dakota rushed to help her mother up, feeling both scared and angry. Ouch! My teeth! Jane cried out, pressing her hand against her face. Her mouth hurt after the slap. How dare you hit us? You're finished. Your whole family is cursed. Be a man and face me. I'll show you. Dakota yelled as she started making calls for help. But Dustin focused on the young girl who was hurt, ignoring Dakota's anger. Thanks to his magical needle, the girl's condition got better quickly. Just then, the ambulance arrived. Your daughter is okay now, but her wound needs to be bandaged and cared for properly, Dustin said as he placed the girl on a stretcher. The woman in white thanked him many times before leaving in the ambulance. You like playing the hero, don't you? Just wait. You'll regret it. Jane and Dakota glared at him, clearly not going to let him off easy. Dustin looked them over and said calmly, instead of wasting time on me, you both should go to the hospital. You look like you're in bad shape. You seem to have low energy, and your eyes look lifeless. I'm afraid you might not have much time left. Bullshit. You're the one who's in trouble. I'm fine. Jane shot back at him. He raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh really? Have you been feeling dizzy and weak lately? And what about those nosebleeds? How did you know? Jane's face fell slightly. She had been feeling unwell, and his words hit close to home. But she had gone to the hospital and they found nothing wrong, so she had dismissed it. Jane felt a wave of panic wash over her. It's nothing to worry about. Just a terminal illness, he said casually. Terminal illness? Jane's face went pale. How could he say that without any concern? Mom, don't listen to him. He's just trying to scare you because he's afraid of us. Dakota jumped in to comfort Jane. You take supplements all the time. You're healthy. No one in good health would act like you're sick. Exactly. I'm perfectly healthy. Jane nodded vigorously, her anger rising. You bastard. Stop with your nonsense. Based on what I see, you'll be in serious trouble in 3 days. You'll lose consciousness on the first day, cough up blood on the second, and be paralyzed on the third. And then, you'll be facing death, he said quietly. Jane felt a knot in her stomach. Her heart raced, but she refused to show fear. Do you think I'm scared? You're just trying to bluff your way out of this. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Take care. He showed no interest in arguing further and started to leave. Hey! Don't just walk away. Dakota was frustrated and rushed to stop him, but his intense glare made her hesitate. She stopped, realizing it wasn't safe to push him. Let him go. He won't get far. When our backup?